Good morning to our friends across the Atlantic and good afternoon to all our European viewers. My name is Katarzyna Pisarska and I'm the Program Director of the Warsaw Security Forum. Thank you for tuning in for the second day of the Road to Warsaw Security Forum, a two-day transatlantic webinar series in preparation to our annual conference scheduled to take place in June 2021. Yesterday, we had a whole day of fantastic discussions on the most pressing transatlantic challenges, from the state of our alliance to climate change and finally to regional instabilities. But there's so much ahead of us. Today, we will talk more about the future of NATO. We will engage in issues related to our eastern neighborhood, Belarus, Russia. But we will also cross the Atlantic and meet our American friends in a conversation with Stephen Biegun, the Deputy Secretary of State, on China, but also with a number of our American friends on the future of American foreign policy. So we begin today going straight to our Brussels friends, going straight to NATO. It is a huge pleasure for me to feature this a number of high-level representatives of NATO, including the Deputy Secretary General of NATO, Mircea Joanna, who will deliver his opening remarks, followed by a question and answer session moderated by Christina Berzina, who is a senior fellow of the German Marshall Fund of the United States. I would also like to take the opportunity and thank NATO, which is a strategic partner to the forum, and I yield the floor to Christina, who is joining us straight from Brussels.
Good afternoon and welcome to this discussion as a part of the Road to the Warsaw Security Forum. First, Mircea will give us a conversation, a little bit of an introduction about what the thinking is, and then we'll have a moderated conversation, including thoughts from young leaders and questions that we have collected. So please, Deputy Secgen, please let us know what you are thinking.
Thank you so much, Christine. Good to see you again. Good afternoon to everyone. And of course, many thanks to the Casimir Pulaski Foundation and the German Marshall Fund for inviting me to address this Road to the Warsaw Security Forum. We always respond with great pleasure to invitations from our Polish friends. It's also a pleasure, despite the fact that we have to meet virtually. Hopefully next year we'll do this in person. But let me also thank the host country, Poland, a strong and steadfast member of our alliance. Just a few months ago, on the other side of the building of NATO headquarters, we marked the 40th anniversary of the Solidarity movement. And on that occasion, I unveiled the Solidarność sign at the NATO headquarters in Brussels, and I invite especially the young ones, when they visit and when you visit us, when we'll be able to travel, please do come and see this symbol. Not only of Polish history, but also an event that had a huge impact, an enduring impact on the whole of NATO and the whole of the democratic world. It is our unity and our solidarity that makes us credible and strong. And Poland, like all allies, must continue to nurture this bond in words and in deeds. Dear friends, our world is changing rapidly, and there are fundamental geopolitical shifts and also considerable technological advances. There is also a widening array of security threats and challenges, including terrorism, nuclear proliferation, hostile cyber activity, climate disruptions, and now we see also pandemics. So that's a pretty complex picture. There is also the more traditional and ongoing threats of Russian military and hybrid activities. Along the alliance's eastern flank, Russia continues its attempts to establish a sphere of privileged influence. We see this through its military buildup and exercises. We see this in Belarus. We see also in the protracted conflicts in the territory of our partners like Ukraine, Georgia, Moldova. By the way, speaking of Moldova, we congratulate Maya Sandu for her historic victory just the other day. We look forward to continuing our partnership with the Republic of Moldova. And of course, speaking of partners, NATO is working very closely with all these partners. And I mentioned here our partners from the East, building their capacity to better resist Russian pressure. In these very complex and unpredictable times, strong transatlantic cooperation is indispensable to keep us safe and free. This is true today. This will be true in the future. That's why it is so important that we all work together, also on a broadening the lenses a little bit. It's vitally important for us to continue to further strengthen the ties between Europe and North America, and to reinforce our strong institutional bonding, starting with NATO. And this is why Secretary General Stoltenberg is leading this initiative called NATO 2030. As we speak, the North Atlantic Council finished the first conversation on this topic. And this is why we are looking into the future, not only to our exceptionally bright past of 71 years, because NATO has and should and will continue to protect our almost 1 billion citizens in the coming decade and far, far beyond. This is what I would like to do in a few minutes, if I have with all of you, is to highlight 3 issues that will impact, that will have a definite and defining impact on how the alliance adapts towards 2030, and that will require creative, forward-looking, and realistic thinking from all of us. The first one is innovation and new technologies, because NATO's ability to innovate is what has guaranteed our military superiority, our technological edge. This is the essential part of deterrence and defense. We have done this brilliantly over the last seven decades, but now our dominance as the political West is being challenged because other nations like China or Russia that do not share our same values, the same values like we do, are developing new technologies, from hypersonic missiles to autonomous systems to artificial intelligence or cyber warfare. And we risk, if we are not careful and don't work together, we risk a second Sputnik moment, where we suddenly find that we have been outpaced. This is something that will not allow to happen and will not allow to happen. But for that, we have to redouble our efforts to maintain our technological edge, because we can, and we have already new cutting-edge capabilities in NATO, but we also have something even more important, the ecosystem of innovation, the best universities, the best scientists and engineers. And certainly Eastern Europe has a huge contribution, technical skills and intellect. And I think this is something that we have to cherish and nurture all across the alliance. And of course, something probably even more importantly, and when I speak to our Polish friends or friends from former communist Europe, living in open societies where people are free to challenge and to choose, to explore and innovate, this is something that is a hugely competitive advantage in comparison to our rivals. And this is something we should continue to nurture. We have an abundance of world-class academic institutions, finest researchers, creative startups, a mature and well-resourced financial ecosystem. These are the driving forces of the innovation ecosystem. And of course, speaking of talent, we see amazing positive experiences in the Baltic region, in Poland, in my country, Romania. We see from the Silicon Valley to, let's say, the eastern flank of NATO, we see a huge potential to deepen our transatlantic operational innovation. The second issue that I would like to highlight is also a buzzword that is not just a buzzword, is not just a nice headline in our speeches, and this is resilience. Because a strong military and political alliance is essential, but is not enough. Because we need to build strong societies, able to prevent, to endure, to adapt, and bounce back from whatever happens to them. And of course, NATO allies have already agreed high standards for resilience in areas including the continuity of government, secure transport communications, including 5G, energy security, food and water supplies. And I'd like to thank our Polish friends, because at the Warsaw NATO summit 5 years ago, 2016, our leaders were anticipating something that we have today unfortunately in abundance, the need for NATO to look into resilience. The baseline requirements for resilience in NATO are today world-class indicators of performance. And we are looking forward to working also with other institutions and nations that are developing their own national resilience indicators. Because as I mentioned before, resilient society is our first line of defense. Our security and prosperity depend on them. We need robust supply chains and civilian infrastructure. Because if we speak of large operations, around 90% of military transport relies on civilian ships, railways, and aircraft, and businesses. And we need to protect the undersea cables and the overhead satellite systems on which our civilian and military communications rely. Because as I mentioned, countries like China are investing aggressively in ports, in airports, in critical infrastructure, in ownership, in critically creative and innovative companies. And our telecommunication networks remain vulnerable to attacks from the outside or from being compromised from within. So in taking our efforts forward to boost resilience, we are working closely with the EU, with the private sector, with civil society, with academia, and ultimately with nations, because in the end, resilience is a national responsibility, but it is also a collective effort. And here NATO brings a lot to the table and will continue to do this. And my third and final issue for today's conversation is about partnerships. And working more extensively and more effectively with like-minded partners globally is key to ensure we remain competitive in a more competitive and complex world. Because none of our countries, even the biggest ones, can deal today alone with the challenges we are faced with. So we need to work together and find common solutions. A very obvious partner for NATO is the European Union. We are the two sides of the same coin. We are living in the two sides of Brussels. And we do hope that our strategic partnership that was launched again a few years ago will be reconfirmed, will be strengthened, and will reach its full maturity. Because we are indispensable partners when it comes to security, peace, and prosperity in Europe, because we are covering in a complementary way, and this is what we should stay in the future as well, a much broader array of issues of interest to our citizens and of interest to the rest of the world. Thank you, Christine. But I mentioned NATO 2030, and I mentioned this reflection process, which is, in fact, a process of anticipation, because we will be living in very uncertain times in the future. And this is no sign that these things will slow down. The acceleration of history, the acceleration of tendency, the ever widening of the very definition of security. And the pandemic has brought a few new dimensions to already a very complicated canvas even before that. So NATO, like always in our history, I mentioned the ingredients of our success. One is values, because they're enduring, and this is what keeps us, the glue that keeps us together at a sort of a more meta, ideological, philosophical, democratic level. The other one is keeping your innovation, technological edge, because you have to be superior to your potential rivals and adversaries. But the third one is also the capacity to permanently adapt, to be agile, to be able, despite our 30 nations is not an easy proposition, 1 billion people, that's a lot of people. But we are in a way forced to show our agility and adapt to a changing context. You mentioned new technologies. That's something that is 90% produced in the private sector today. So the way in which we were used in the last decades to procure innovation and to fund innovation for the military purposes was mainly governments. We remember, all of us, that the internet was born out of the Pentagon works, and we remember that many things we see. Just last Sunday, a joint venture between a private American company and NASA to really send people again on a stational orbit. So we have to learn how to embrace this ecosystem of innovation in a far more modern way. I'm chairing the innovation board in NATO. I know that this is critically important. It's not always easy, but the idea that we basically harness the talent and the private sector and venture capital and transfer, intellectual and practical solutions to our security challenges is one important thing. The second thing that you mentioned, even the 1 billion people, even the fact that the NATO allies together, we have more than 50% of global GDP as we speak. Even we have a military superiority, which is unrivaled, even we have challenges that are trying to catch up with us. We are significant. But in order to be able to compete also in the realm of global competition, and also to making sure that our liberal democracies, our way of life, will be protected against a counter proposition which is coming from very big and influential nations around the world. This is where we need all our partners, all our like-minded nations to come together, to work with us, to work with the European Union, because they have a number of instruments that we don't have. We have some instruments that they don't have. So I think the whole political West, in a way, should be aggregated in a proposition that is very important. And the third one, which is something I believe you mentioned, and it's a very relevant question and a very complex answer to give, is how to keep our political unity. How to manage, because when the definition of security is shifting, automatically you introduce another level of complexity for the political dialogue on making sure that we see eye to eye on a broader range of issues. And we have sometimes, things that are not politically easy. We see even divergences inside the alliance. We've seen them recently, we've seen them before. So I think keeping this alliance politically coherent, politically resilient, getting back to the source of our strength, to the need for NATO also in the future. This is, if you want the magic formula for keeping NATO relevant, for keeping our public opinions believing that NATO is a useful organization, securing peace, security, and a decent life for all of us. For the young ones, that's why we started with this NATO Youth Summit just a few days ago by Secretary General Stoltenberg. And this is why we have to also talk to audiences and to places and platforms that are not usually our natural place to be. So a long answer to a very complex question, which is very much on our minds as we speak.
That's great to hear that. And it's really lovely for you to also talk about the young leaders and young voices, because that is where we're going to next. We have collected a few questions from young leaders in partner countries and among the alliance, and we're going to play those for you right now, and we'll be able to approach these diverse sets of questions next. So if we could play the video of the young leaders' questions, please.
My name is Irina Krasnoshtan. I'm from Ukraine. I'm an alumna of New Security Leaders Program. NATO has launched its 2030 reflection process. In your opinion, the world in 2030, would it be a more secure or more insecure place, and why?
Good afternoon. My name is Małgorzata Zacheja, and I'm from Warsaw, Poland. I'm part of the Academy of Young Diplomats program. My question is related to the coronavirus pandemic. As we enter the second wave of COVID-19, what are some measures that NATO offers its allies in fighting the virus globally? Have they changed from the first wave? And if so, how? Thank you very much.
Hello and dzień dobry. My name is Stefan Raab from Germany. I'm part of the program European Academy of Young Diplomats, and my question relates to the Arctic. Currently, climate change is a quite controversial topic, and there are lots of geopolitical interests within the Arctic, but there's also a chance to overcome them. Therefore, my question relates to that rather remote area. Do you consider the Arctic as a window of opportunity to overcome global rivalry between East and West? Thank you.
My goodness.
So those are the three very small questions, very easy to solve immediately, but maybe you could give us a taste of how, you and NATO see 2030 and the security, will it increase or decrease? The second question we had is on the pandemic and what NATO is doing to solve the pandemic globally. And the third is on the Arctic and what is the role of the Arctic for you?
First of all, thank you so much. It really, it's so wonderful to see brilliant young leaders engaging in such conversations, and there's no greater pleasure than to try to be up to it. Now, coming to Irina, to your question about the world we'll be living in, probably nobody knows for sure, and there is probably one certainty that we'll be living in a certain world. And this is why being able to be resilient to shocks, to unexpected black swans or whatever color future challenges might look like. We witnessed this tragedy of the pandemic. Something else might come. The world is becoming very complex. So I think the art of what NATO has been doing, and also the measure of our success over time, as I mentioned before, is the capacity to always broaden the conversation about the definition of security at one specific point in time, anticipating things that might arise, and be prepared, sorry to say, for the worst. Because that's the essence of a political military alliance like NATO. So I mentioned resilience earlier. I strongly believe, also coming from our region, and knowing that there are some structural weaknesses and there are some problems that we see as we speak. We see sometimes how fragile we are to disinformation and fake news. We see also the fact that sometimes there is, discontent about the way in which capitalism and representative democracies do work for the citizens. These are issues. It's not for NATO to solve those. But I'm saying that this trepidation of the world is also a trepidation of the very system we believe in. So permanent investment in our fundamental values, in our capacity to be ahead of the curve and be ready. This is, I think, the way we should go about it, including new technologies that will be basically changing not only the way in which we work, we live, human species, or climate change, I'll come back to that, but also the way in which we define security. And this is one of the most important and exceptionally rapid transformation that we are witnessing as we speak. This is probably the most condensed period of modern history that we ever witnessed. So buckle up. Good news, the NATO is here and we're here to stay. Now, when it comes to the pandemic, we have to recognize that at the first moment of the impact of the pandemic, there was a sort of a tendency for nations to withdraw towards, let's say, more narrow definition of national interest. And of course, after that, we started to realize that we cannot do it alone. And then nations, including NATO allies, rediscovered the fact that NATO has instruments and strategic airlift, that we have capacity of logistics, that our military medical staff and our logistics are just the best in the world. And we have seen, more than 500,000 of troops, of our troops in NATO countries coming to the rescue, being together with the civilian response and to the other heroes on that thing. What we are doing now, we are preparing for the second wave. We have a stockpile. We have developed an operational plan for doing this. We'll see how things with distribution of the vaccine. Thanks God, there are good news on that front. So I just want to reassure you that we are on top of our game and we are ready to play the part the nations will ask us to be playing in making sure that we continue to be useful, practical, and show solidarity amongst ourselves and our partners as well. Now, speaking the question of the Arctic, that's a sort of very important question because on the one side, it tackles on climate change. And at NATO, we look at climate change also from a security perspective, because floods, melting of the ice, or on the other opposite, lots of wreckage, lots of tension, lots of competition for water resources, for food supply. All these things are very important. But NATO has taken, and our military colleagues, our military commanders are working as we speak on something which is a 360-degree analysis of all threats coming from all directions. Geographical directions, including the north. The east, of course, continues to be important. The south is very important, but also the outer space. NATO has declared space as an operational domain from cyberspace, from new technologies. So the Arctic is becoming again, a place of great power competition, a place where we see Russia placing, fresh equipment, investing in their capabilities for up north. We also see China coming closer to this. We also have a number of NATO allies. NATO doesn't have, as we speak, a policy for the Arctic, but we have many important ally nations that are part of that conversation. So I do believe that the Arctic, the 360 degrees analysis of our security will continue to be our game. We'll see in the future how things evolve. But let me assure you, also because you put this question from Germany, that we are very much interested in making sure that the East, the North, the South, and of course everything in between is very much on our front burner, and we are ready to making sure that our security is covered from all directions, from all possible threats or enemies or rivals.
Thank you very much. I think that's a good look at the way that NATO is relevant and is essential for the many of the challenges that we are facing. And you've also done a very extensive job of showing the unpredictability of the challenges we would face. If you had a 30-second answer, what is the thing that you think is on the horizon that we're not thinking about enough? We've done a big thing, but what is the one thing that we should think about more that we haven't done thus far?
I think we have to pay a lot of attention to the intersection between artificial intelligence and data, between quantum computing and biotechnology. I think that the intersection, the transversal connections between these things that usually we treat them separately, I think there is a possibility for a combination between these three and others. Technological revolution main vectors to interact in ways that we could be even surprised by the speed of the transformation they would bring. They would bring opportunities, like always, innovation and breakthroughs in science is always good, but being in the business of preparing for the worst, we have to look to the other side of the coin. So this is where, if you want, my not concern, but I think where we could see the fastest, most complex and far-reaching consequences of breakthroughs in some things that will change dramatically the way in which the human species operates, works, and sees also national security and international security.
Thank you very much. That's a very sobering final comment. At the same time, it's also something for all of the allies, and especially the young people who are inventing things and studying within universities, to think carefully so that we do have the solutions and capacities to take these on as an alliance on both sides of the Atlantic and globally with available partners. Thank you very much, Deputy Secretary General, for joining us today for this conversation, for sharing your thoughts and for inspiring our thought moving forward. Over the next sessions today, we are going to be looking more carefully at various of these elements. So do tune in, do stay on, because we are going to go into deeper detail as we set forward. Again, thank you so much for joining us, and thank you all for being here for this conversation today.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Secretary General. Thank you so much, Christina. It's been an honor to have you both here. And we do continue with talking about NATO, specifically NATO's significance in a changing world, with a session that is going to be moderated by Michał Baranowski, the director of the Warsaw office of the German Fund. To all of you who are tuning in, please remember that we have, especially on the internet platform, registered registered internet platform where almost 1,000 participants actually are today interacting with each other. We have an open chat box. We have polling to every session. And also we ask you to use the hashtag Road to Warsaw Security Forum, Road to WSF that you see on the screen whenever you interact with us on social media. So with no further delay, let me move to the next session on NATO's significance in the changing world, partnered and co-hosted with our general partner, Kongsberg. Michał, the floor is yours.
Welcome back. It's fantastic to have you with us. It's fantastic to just have witnessed very good conversation with Deputy Secretary General Mircea Joanna. And we are going to look even more to the future of NATO with our fantastic panelists. My name is Michał Baranowski. As Kasia mentioned, I'm a director of the Warsaw office of the German Marshall Fund of the United States. It's really a great pleasure to have with us friends, experts, and political figures that know all about NATO and are thinking about NATO's future. We are here with General Andrzejczak, who is the Chief of General Staff of Polish Forces General. It's great to have you with us virtually, but still in Warsaw. Ambassador Braze from NATO, Assistant Secretary General for Public Diplomacy. Ambassador, great to have you with us. State Secretary Tone Skogen from Ministry of Defense at Norway. Minister, it's great to have you with us as well. And last but definitely not least, great friend, General Hodges, personally, and a friend of Warsaw Security Forum, Ben, wonderful to have you with us this year as well. So at this panel, we want to look at what's happening in NATO's neighborhood, what's happening politically. We have been, of course, living in a new world with President-elect Biden coming eventually to the White House on January 20th. I think we'll stick with this assumption for this conversation. We'll look to the challenges that rising powers like China are facing, are giving to us in the transatlantic alliance. And we are also going to look specifically at the capabilities that we need to further develop and the capabilities that we have now present on the eastern flank, on the southern flank, and very much on the northern flank of the alliance. Perhaps with the northern flank, let me first go to State Secretary. Minister, I wanted to ask you a little bit more political question to start with, but also then ask about your neighborhood. The political question is about a new situation in Washington, D.C. and opportunities, perhaps, and some challenges, if any, that we might be facing given the transition of power in Washington, D.C., given the new presidency of President Biden. But also, I wanted to ask you about your neighborhood and about the Arctic. Arctic has been increasingly a volatile place where NATO is facing both China and very much Russia. Tell us about how things look from over there, up north, even further north than in Poland. Over to you.
Okay, thank you, and good afternoon to all of you. It's indeed a pleasure to be with you. Let me just start by answering your first question. Needless to say, the US is Norway's most important ally and also has been a close friend for many, many years, and we have a long tradition of working quite well with whatever administration is in office in the US. We are, of course, now preparing for the next administration, but I believe it's also fair to say that although we have all been witnessing messages and some unusual wording at times, it's at the same time important to see what has actually been done from the US side when it comes to Europe and NATO, and not only listen to what might have been written in tweets and issues. So even though there has been some challenges, I believe it's fair to say that we have worked quite well with the US also during these past 4 years, and we look very much forward to also work closely with the next incoming administration. But then let me turn to your question about our neighborhood, and as you said, being part of the high north, and I'm very happy to have this opportunity to share some thoughts on Norway's perspective on Russia and the Arctic. NATO faces a complex political and military environment, and from Russia as an immediate geographic neighbor to China, whose increasing global role is felt by all allies. The high north, needless to say, is a priority for the Norwegian government, as well as being of strategic significance to NATO. And we are happy to say also that the Arctic is a region of relative stability and also has a good history of cooperation. At the same time, Russia is re-establishing military and civilian infrastructure in the Arctic. And Russian military activity in the high north is increasingly complex. The high north remains, I just lost my little thing here for a second. The high north remains one of the most important patrol areas for the Russian submarines. And Russia is continuously strengthening its ability to threaten the sea lines of communication. They also increase their ability to engage long-range targets and to disrupt reinforcements to the entire European continent. And this goes hand in hand with Russia's reinforcement of its bastion defense concept. So over the past decade, Russian military modernization has emphasized long-range, precision-guided weapons, increased readiness, and strategic mobility. And this means that warning times for allies have been reduced to hours and days. These capabilities have the potential to threaten the transatlantic link and the ability also of the United States to reinforce Europe. And we saw during exercise Ocean Shield last year, a live demonstration of the consequences of Russia's reinforced bastion defense. Russia demonstrated during that exercise the ability to actually isolate the whole Scandinavian peninsula. So as such, Russia's developments and activity in the high north poses a direct challenge to the entire alliance. The increased use of the high north for strategic signaling also demonstrates the importance of transparency and openness. And Norway continues to emphasize the importance of transparency and of dialogue. So during periods of heightened tension, it is especially important to keep military channels of communication open. In order to avoid unintended escalation and incidents, Norway works to preserve predictability, transparency, and communication. And that is why Norway also maintains military channels of communication with Russia, even after we suspended the bilateral military cooperation after the illegal annexation of the Crimea. So we maintain our direct line of communication with Russia's Northern Fleet, our incidents at sea agreement, as well as our border and coast guard cooperation. When conducted in a transparent and predictable fashion, we believe that increased Allied military activity contributes to regional stability. The increase in Russian capabilities and activity have led to increased interest from our allies to train and exercise in our region, including in the Barents Sea. And Norway, we certainly welcome Allied attention to the High North and the establishment of the Joint Force Command in Norfolk. The JFC Norfolk and the reestablishment of the US Second Fleet ensure that crucial sea routes for reinforcements and supplies to Europe remain secure. So Allied readiness and interoperability in demanding Arctic conditions underpin credible deterrence and defense. So credible deterrence and defense is the best guarantee for continued peace and stability in the Arctic, as seen from a Norwegian point of view. So hopefully that gives you some issues relating to how we look at things from, as you say, here high up in the High North. So I'll leave it with that for the time being. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister, and thank you for emphasizing the need and the importance of the High North for the rest of the alliance as well. The importance of ability to reinforce Europe from the United States. I think we'll come back to the aspect of military mobility, both across the ocean and on land. We went up north. I now would like to go a little bit further east, so to my capital, to Warsaw, and turn to General Andrzejczak. General, NATO has, Minister has just shown her view from High North. I wanted to ask you how the alliance is doing when we are talking about when thinking about the security of the eastern flank. The past number of years, really since the Wales summit, have witnessed transformation of the alliance, strengthening of the eastern flank. But looking sort of closely at the challenge that Minister pointed out, looking closely at Russia, what are the gaps that you are seeing? General, over to you for beginning of a conversation.
Hi, Michal. It's nice to see you, and good afternoon for everybody in Warsaw and everybody in this part of the globe, and good morning for those in the other side of one. Yeah, definitely. We have a lot of challenges in the eastern flank, and I get a feeling that Poland is playing extraordinary and a special role here. So we're defending our values, we're defending independence. But just before I go into the description, today we have a 102 anniversary of regaining independence in Latvia, and one of our panel is the lady Baiba Braža from Latvia. So all the best for all Latvians, and especially for great Latvian warriors. Daudz laimes Latvijas Republikas sit otrā proklamēšanas gada dienā. That's the best I can say in the Latvian language. At least I just try. Talking about the eastern flank, and from a higher strategical perspective, I spent 2.5 years circulating and talking to my friends, Chief of Defense, starting from Estonia down to Latvia, Lithuania, up to the Romania, the Black Sea, talking about how they see the security. So definitely we have the same language and the same understanding how it works. In a strategy, it's simple. Namely, it's pointed that Russia and the terrorism is the biggest threat, and that's from a military point of view, that's what we should focus on. But the longer I'm talking, longer I'm studying and considering, I think we should talk more about the regionally oriented, but also to be much more open and flexible, building a security environment and building security architecture. So definitely what we need is the Baltic, concerning the Baltic area, the additional, but not only, This is talking about Sweden and Finland, additional, not NATO, but the European Union countries, but very high standards concerning armed forces, but also highly integrated in the structure and all those capabilities. So my understanding is just to talk and to support the table that we could put much more players, critical players in the region. So Sweden and Finland definitely, once we're talking about this part of our joint operation area, saying it much more in a little bit in military language. Going down to the Black Sea, which is getting more and more important. Right now we see the situation in Ukraine, we see the situation on the Black Sea, we see the aspiration of Turkey, we see what's going on in the Mediterranean, which is directly connected to the Black Sea region. And I'm talking to General Petrescu in Romania. We see additional strategical hub in the south direction. And during my last conference in Romania and Bucharest, I realized that Ukraine is one of the most important players with all of those Western-oriented aspirations as well. So talking about security, talking about the eastern flank, I would recommend not be concentrated only in the military structure and how many tanks, the airplanes we got already, a very military dimension, but also widely talking with our partners in this region. So that's my first recommendation for it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, General. Thank you for mentioning both the military and non-military dimension. In fact, this is a perfect segue for Ambassador Braze. Ambassador, and I would join General in congratulating Latvia for 102 years of independence. We have been celebrating with you on Twitter. But Ambassador, going to Brussels, you know the region, of course, our Central European and Baltic region very, very well. And I wanted to, we heard from the north, we heard from the east, but also going south to the Black Sea. I wanted to ask you for your view of the work that lies ahead of the alliance in the coming year. I mean, it's very likely to be a NATO year. There will be a new opening in Washington, D.C. The NATO 2030 process is coming to a conclusion. There is going to be, it's clearly China is also emerging as an issue for alliance to deal with. And on this point, let me just mention for everyone who is watching us that we have a poll where you can answer a question: is China a threat to NATO? So please do that while we talk about it as well. But Ambassador, if you could chart out for us your views in what to expect, what are the opportunities, but also increasing challenges to the alliance, and maybe focus, if we could ask you a little bit about the NATO 2030 process, because many of the people watching, many of the policy wonks watching would love to hear a bit of the direction of this discussion. Ambassador, over to you.
Thank you very much, and hello Warsaw, and hello Norway, and dear Ben, I'm not sure where you are, but good to see you on the screen. Here in Brussels, it's still NATO, it's still the strongest and most successful political military alliance in the world, and it has been that for more than 70 years. And of course, the 2030 vision that Secretary General launched is very much about maintaining NATO as the strongest political military alliance in the world. And when we look at it, what does it mean in practice? It means adaptation. It means adaptation on all three big pillars. The strategic concept provides for three main core tasks of NATO, as you well know: the collective defense, the crisis management, and cooperative security. And so while maintaining the core tasks and making sure that the defense and deterrence is there, to make it stronger militarily also means that NATO, of course, has to make the decisions to adapt on the military side. And that includes not only changing the concept, so defense and deterrence in the Euro-Atlantic area is one of the concepts which will very much means the sort of adjusting it to today's realities. As you rightly pointed out, while Russia is still there as a security risk and threat to the allies, and its unpredictable behavior poses constant challenges to basically 360 degrees for NATO and for the partners. There are new challenges and new potential adversaries, such as China, with its growing military might and with its growing economic and political interests, and also with partnership with Russia, that, of course, NATO has to look at it. So on the military side, it's about new capabilities. The allies, of course, seeing these type of risks and challenges, are gaining new capabilities. NATO is gaining new capabilities, and we can look at the whole spectrum. On the political side, obviously, it's about the maintaining unity of the alliance, and we have always been different when we look, whenever through NATO's history, it's like a big family. So even in family, we are different, we have different opinions. It's about how we come together and how we find this gravity of power of making the political decision. And I can only say that NATO is united, and even the issues that are there that needs to be addressed, such as we saw in the East Med, where the allies were disagreeing with each other, it was NATO that served as a platform for both political discussions and also the solution, military de-escalation solution, and it's working. So NATO as a place where political decisions are made, where the platform is there between Europe and North Atlantic partners, North American partners, we very clearly know that we will find the strength, this political unity. And as much as Russia or other challengers are trying to undermine that, they are not going to succeed. But again, it's a work in process, and NATO is the best platform to discuss those issues. And then when we look at the new challenges and new threats that have affected all of us, be it cyber, be it the unlimited spread of the hostile information, disinformation, misinformation, be it other hybrid activities under the threshold of Article 5, NATO needs partnerships. It's not just the allied nations that are affected by it, it's the whole political West, it's the democratic states, it's the democratic institutions. And that's why the partnerships and these global outreach is so important, that we are able to respond all together. Furthermore, we see that the response also and the way we need to understand these new threats is that it doesn't concern just the governments or political or military decision making. It affects all societies. So Deputy Secretary General Mr. Joanna just spoke about the resilience. It's resilience of critical infrastructure. It's resilience of the ability to be mobile, agile, and to recover from shocks. But it's also about our whole society resilience. So also the private sector and also the civil society, each citizen. So I think the work to really strengthen and build up societal resilience, to be able to, so that each one of us is empowered to resist those threats and understand what is happening to us, will be the big work where we all together with global partners have to invest quite a lot.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Thank you for laying out the need for political unity, the need for enhancing partnerships, and really emphasizing the issue of societal resilience that we are all facing. Let me go to Ben before we go to questions. Ben, I know Ben Hodges, of course, General Hodges. We just like you so much that we just refer to you by your first name, but General Hodges. For transatlantic perspective, you might be sitting on this side of the Atlantic looking at the light, that it's already a daylight over there. But I wanted to ask you two questions, really. On one thing, you now being outside of uniform, you could, Ambassador mentioned the political unity, and I wanted to ask you about the political unity within the alliance and what do you expect for the unity to happen? What are the opportunities and perhaps challenges as well coming around January 20th after the change in the White House? The second question is, we've heard from the State Secretary in Norway, we heard from General Andrzejczak, we heard from Ambassador Braze, and their sort of threat assessment. What keeps you up at night in terms of alliance delivering on its promise for providing security for all its members? Over to you, and then we'll do questions from young leaders. Ben?
Michael, thank you, and greetings from a very sunny Frankfurt, Germany here. I also want to add my congratulations to our Latvian friends and allies. It's not easy to preserve independence, and Latvian people, that spirit has done that. So congratulations, Ambassador Braze, and to all of our Latvian friends. And seeing Ambassador Braze there, she counts as an armored division contribution by Latvian armed forces to NATO. That's the power that she brings. So that's much more than 2%. Also, Michael, if you'll allow me, I'm always surprised why people complain or criticize NATO. Is it obsolete, or is it still necessary? Is this something from the old days? The ambassador is exactly right. It is by far the most successful alliance in the history of the world. Nobody's ever said it was perfect, but in the nature of coalitions of 5,000 years of military history, it's always been a challenge. And the fact that our great alliance has grown from 12 to 30 with other nations in the queue wanting to get in, that tells you everything you need to know about our great alliance. And the way, think about where we were in 2014 and then 2016 and today. Not many large institutions in America could make major organizational changes the way that our alliance has. So I think this is important. And it also, every member of NATO has been in a war with at least one other member of NATO before they joined the alliance. So if nothing else, for over 7 decades, think about the reduction of conflict amongst all the nations. We lost our war with Canada. We don't want to do that anymore. So by being in NATO with them also, that's to our benefit. And there's nobody knocking on the door of the Kremlin saying, please let us in. Nobody. They are knocking on the door in Brussels saying, please let us in, for a reason. Obviously, we have plenty of work to always do. We've got to fix the relationship with Turkey, for example, but the health of the alliance is as good as I've ever seen it in my decades in uniform. You can be sure that President Biden, when he takes office, and I appreciated the way State Secretary Skogan characterized this, very well done. He will be our president on January the 20th, and he will bring with him a more traditional approach to diplomacy, to international relations. He will remove all doubt about America's commitment to NATO. That will never be a question that comes up. It just won't be a question. Nobody will wonder, is President Biden, is the United States committed to our great alliance? Yes. Even if not one nation spent a penny, a euro, a zloty, or a pound, or a krona on their own defense, America's prosperity is directly tied to prosperity in Europe, our largest trading partner, the European Union. So it's to our benefit that Europe is stable and secure, regardless of how much people invest in their own defense. Secondly, the United States does not have the capacity to do anything alone. We just don't have it. Even with the biggest defense budget in history, our armed forces, our great Navy, they are too small and too stretched to do everything that needs to be done. So we have to have allies. And I'm sure that President Biden, he's already said that. So you will see a more cooperative approach, if you will, towards working with our allies, because we need allies, and particularly we need a strong European pillar without a lot of American presence, because I do believe that in about 5 years, we are going to be in a kinetic conflict with China. Not massive war, but kinetic. Missiles, planes, ships. When you listen to the language coming out of Beijing about Taiwan, for example, and they see that we did nothing, I mean, really, we did nothing about Hong Kong, I think they feel emboldened. They are building ships today at the rate that we were back in 1944. I mean, 24/7, the Chinese are. And so the United States is going to need a very strong European pillar to continue to deter the Kremlin without a lot of American presence if we get into a conflict. So then you ask me, what keeps me awake at night? Honestly, at my age, nothing keeps me awake. I'm asleep about 15 seconds after the lights go out. But I will say our biggest risk is things that undermine the cohesion of NATO, things that erode. If Norway is not confident in the United States, if Poland is not confident in the United States, or if Germany, or if other countries are not confident in Germany or France, it's not just about the U.S. It's the whole cohesion of the entire alliance. If we lose that, then we are all we're gonna be in a difficult place. And hand in hand with that is our civilian leadership. If our civilian leaders are not willing to talk to their own populations about threats, then why would any taxpayer be willing to invest in defense if their prime minister or their president or their parliaments don't speak candidly about the threats?
Thank you very much. You are speaking with transatlantic head, but also from Germany, where German Minister of Defense is in fact started speaking very forcefully on this. So that is an interesting space to look at. But you also emphasize the importance of political cohesion. And I think there is a tradition of you making a prediction about when the war, or in this case of kinetic exchange between US and China will come. And I'm worried to say that if I remember correctly, it's getting closer and closer and faster than it would be by just passing of time. And in fact, let me now turn to the questions from young leaders. One of them is with a focus on China. So let's play those. Let's go to those.
My name is Gordon Rooney, and I am asking this question from the United States, and I'm taking part in the New Security Leaders Program. Here's my question. Is China's Belt and Road Initiative a potential threat to Europe's security? If so, what more can NATO do to counter this potential threat? If no, what opportunities exist for Europe through BRI?
Hi everyone, my name's Haymond. I'm a candidate for the Academy of Young Diplomats. My question is, how does NATO consider disinformation as a contributing factor to violent conflict in Syria, for example, as compared to traditional indicators such as socio-political and economic inequalities and governance issues? Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for those questions. I'm going to try to speed up a little bit because we have about 16 minutes for our panel. I would like to ask Ambassador Brause about the question of disinformation, and Ben, I would like to ask you about the BRI. So, Ambassador, over to you, and then please, for those who are watching us online, please come with your questions through the chat function. They will come to me as well. Ambassador, over to you. So there was a...
Thank you very much. Again, that's nothing new to NATO. Subversive activities, was it by Soviet Union or by others, that included large-scale disinformation and other hostile information activities, has been part of reality for NATO throughout its life and existence. And currently it's no different. We are faced with, of course, hostile information activities. We are faced with subversive actions, and you have all been witnesses. You know, there have been things that have played out in public, and they have been fact-checked and debunked. COVID was a particular example. During COVID, we clearly saw that there was not only the usual Russian state-funded information sources that were doing their fair share of information attacks, and also against NATO in particular, such as fake Secretary General letters and some mini campaigns. But there were also quite interesting dynamics from China, from the official accounts of Chinese spokespersons and officials and embassies, mostly turning on NATO, on our allies and our responses to COVID, but also on the West as such. What we do at NATO, it's very complex. It's across the board. So first we act, such as, for example, on COVID. Before communication, we acted. Actually, allies were providing help to each other. The military was providing help to civilians. Allied planes flew more than 350 flights to help others, bringing relief, bringing military hospitals, bringing medicines, and so on and so forth. Of course, we communicate about it. We communicate with facts, with true facts, and using the most modern communication means. There has been a lot of investment in NATO's communication capability, both in digital, but also skills and people. On top of that, we have a very large program that provides grants and support and engages with various think tanks, academic institutions, NGOs, press and media, and a lot of organizations in allied countries and in the world, meaning that we have face-to-face cooperation with these organizations, and they are the ones who then ensures that truthful, credible information and fact-checking takes place in the allied countries. And especially I would like to say is that free, quality, independent media plays a very important role. The challenge currently is, of course, as we all know, the networks, the distribution networks, social media platforms, variety of other online sources which are able to spread. They don't respect the borders, obviously. It's not about military mobility or anything else. It happens within the 10 milliseconds of each moment. So there, the question and the answer is about resilience, how we ensure that our citizens, that our government officials, each one of us is able to maintain this disinformation hygiene as we speak about cyber hygiene, as we speak about health in general, that we need to very clearly make the steps, not only to recognize and be able to answer, but also not to spread it further. So we have run a number of campaigns. Again, we do the whole set of various programs for enhancing societal resilience. And I think that will be the challenge also in the future, because these disinformation and hostile information attacks have meant very much to weaken the democratic institutions and the societies in our countries in general.
Thank you very much. And Ben, if you could briefly answer the question on BRI and perhaps enlarge it a little bit to the role that you think NATO should play vis-a-vis China. Give us your take. And we'll go to
3 points. First, this is about great power competition. And great power competition prevents great power conflict, because you're conveying to potential adversaries that we are interested and we're going to invest resources here. And that lowers the chance of a miscalculation by an adversary that we don't care. And so when you compete, it's not just military, it's in all domains. It's in diplomacy, it's in information, and it's in economy as well as military. And so the Belt Road Initiative has been so successful because we have failed as the West to invest in critical infrastructure that nations need. I mean, every country wants better airports, seaports, bridges, tunnels, railroad, highways. Of course, every nation wants this. And we have failed, the West, to compete effectively to do this ourselves. And so nations then turn to China, which comes in with promises of rapid infrastructure development. And of course, they bring with it a huge amount of debt that nations then incur, and then they are vulnerable. The Chinese Communist Party then has leverage. So this is about the competition. Secondly, is it a threat to us? It is, in that when Chinese Communist Party controls significant amounts of transportation infrastructure in Europe, perhaps we are vulnerable if we have to respond quickly to a crisis, and we're trying to move troops and forces and equipment around, and the Chinese Communist Party owns seaports or on Europe's periphery, or they own the access to bridges, tunnels, and rail networks. That's a vulnerability for us. But this is why we have to compete, and this is why private investment is actually as important as armor brigades and aircraft squadrons. We have to encourage private investments in not just NATO countries, but in other countries in the Black Sea region in particular, in order to make sure we don't become vulnerable to this Chinese investment. What should NATO do? Obviously, when we're talking about private investment, this is where the European Union is so important, where I think NATO and the EU should be collaborating in areas to help make sure that this private investment does not end up, that the Chinese don't end up controlling so much of our infrastructure. I don't see a mission for NATO in the Pacific. I see a mission for NATO to continue being this strong European pillar, while the United States, if we had to fight in the Pacific, it would be with Pacific allies.
Thank you very much, Ben. That's very, very interesting. So absolutely, the European pillar that allows US to play a little bit more globally. I'm now turning to the questions from the chat, and let me first go to General Andrzejczak and then to State Secretary. General, we haven't yet talked too much about the impact of coronavirus and COVID crisis on defense spending. Poland is obviously spending the 2% on defense, but I wanted to ask you, and we are planning as a country to maintain that. But the tricky question is, if it in fact impacts Poland's ability to spend, what would be the capabilities that you think Poland could do easier without? And the flip side of it, if we maintain the level of spending, what are the capabilities that you think we need in particular, both in Poland and other countries in Central and Eastern Europe? So capabilities and the coronavirus impact. General, over to you.
Thanks for a very interesting question. Thanks for a very good question, very interesting. We're studying COVID very much. Parallelly, right now, I get on my own conference dedicated impact of the coronavirus and security issues, much more translated into the military language. And definitely, COVID is a crisis scenario we didn't expect, and nobody expected really. And I'm really satisfied about how the Army, the performance is right now. I mean, readiness, supporting medical systems, good leadership, and providing a lot of critical services for medical system. But also we have to keep in mind that it's not a typical business for Army. Our main mission is securing borders, integral borders, as well as be effective and keep readiness in the NATO itself. So COVID is additional mission, and we providing experts, providing medical systems and so on. But I really don't want to have much attention on it, and to get a first priority for armed forces as well. Impact on the budget definitely will be. Everybody's talking about the economy. We don't know. There are a lot of question marks of what the impact will be internally in Poland, but also in European Union countries, in the United States. We buying new capabilities. So a lot of question marks. We try to be as much adaptable and as much flexible as possible. But definitely, we don't want to change our priorities. So Poland as a critical hub in this part of the Europe and this part of architecture of a NATO is a land forces oriented army. So that's what I really want to emphasize here. So we putting a lot of investments in the army. My ministers talking a lot about how to increase numbers of troops, but also quality of capabilities. So long-range artillery systems. We got 3 divisions, 4 is being built right now, the 5th multinational as well. So definitely those priorities, they don't want to be changed. But additionally, what we observe right now, the performance, very aggressive performance of the Russian army. So air defense as a complex systems, air defense missile systems, is still the same priorities, and the 5th generation airplanes. So there will be no change. It's a matter of timeline. It's a matter of our introducing those capabilities in the army, but will not be any specific change. And of course, so 2 new domains are coming, and we're studying when trying to integrate in our multi-domain operational concept. Namely, will be cyber, and the next one, which we studying very much right now, is space. So definitely keeping in mind that we are land-oriented. We get us aspiration for a strong air defense and air component capability. We're thinking about the cyber, which is a natural part of a Gerasimov scenario everywhere. It was mentioned a while before about the disinformation as well. So cyber as a part, of course, not only, but as a part of this operations. And also looking up to the space about reconnaissance element, intelligence elements, as well as the new one. So those new domains are specified as areas of future consideration for Polish Army. Thank you.
Thank you very much, General. And it's very interesting for you to focus both on land and, of course, on cyber, where we, frankly, even right now, all live, even more so during the pandemic times and its importance. Let me turn to State Secretary. State Secretary, we have just a couple minutes left, but there is one difficult question, and I will give you 2. You can choose. One is about, it's a question from Greece. One is from Athens. One is about what would NATO do in case of escalation between Turkey and Greece. The other question is more along the lines of the coronavirus impact on spending, but please choose just one. Norway is spending the 2% on defense. We have been discussing in the alliance the 2% as the benchmark, but there is also a pressure for more flexible, capability-based approach. Which do you think measure is better for the alliance as a whole? And then we'll come to a close of our conversation. Minister, over to you.
Well, in the interest of time, and if I could choose, let me try to elaborate a little bit on some of the last points you mentioned. And I mean, definitely the corona situation is affecting us all, but I think what is actually affecting us more than anything else is also the general security situation, which has changed quite dramatically and not for the better in recent times. And forecasts, I guess, also tell us that it doesn't really seem that this will improve very soon. So, I mean, this is something that each country has to deal with, but also NATO as an alliance. And I'm happy to say that Norway, even though we also, of course, are very much affected economically by the pandemic, the defense budget is sort of been sheltered. So we have been prioritized, and we will continue a very substantial increase of the defense budget. And we are also now heavily investing in new capabilities, which of course is also part of our NATO commitment. And we definitely have a commitment to comply with those, and we will be doing that in the years to come. But I would like to add one last point, talking about the present situation. And at least a lesson in this country, I believe, has been very much that we really need to much more focus on what we call the total defense concept. I think that is something that we have all learned these recent years or recent year. It's not only the military and then the civilian. I think this has really told us how we really need to combine the efforts, how we need to utilize all the resources we have, and to how we can benefit and work together, where we can, draw on each other's competence. So that has been a very important lesson to us, and we will definitely build on that also when we plan the defense politics in the years ahead.
Thank you very much, Minister. Yeah, the total defense concept, it goes very much hand in hand with what Ambassador Braza talked about, the resilience of our populations, and the general security situation is not improving for sure. The 2020 is not yet over, but I hope that we'll have the next couple months a little bit of a taste of 2021, which I'm sure is going to be much better year. I wanted to thank you, dear panelists, very, very much. I would ask everyone to join in thanking our panelists if we had a full room. But before you go, let me share with you the results of a poll that we have conducted among the participants. The question is China a threat to NATO? And these are the answers. 61% of our participants said yes, 28, almost 30% say no, and 10% are not sure. They don't know. So there is clearly some space for debate. I'm sure that this is going to be an answer that is going to be high on our NATO agenda in 2021. Thank you again for joining us. Thank you for staying with us online as well. And now let me pass on over to Kasia for further conversations for the rest of the second day of Warsaw Security Forum. All the best from Warsaw to all the places out there. Thanks.
Thank you, Michał, and thank you to all the speakers. Before we move on with the program, I'm delighted to introduce to you Krystian Chmielewski, who is the Vice President and General Manager of Kongsberg, Poland. Kongsberg, who is one of our general partners and who will join me here today from our studio. Krystian is here to tell you an important message about a campaign which is also dear to our heart here at the Warsaw Security Forum, the campaign She Security. So, Krystian, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon to all our honorable guests and participants of this webinar. I represent Kongsberg Defence and Aerospace, a company headquartered in Norway. It is a great pleasure for us to be a partner of the Road to Warsaw Security Forum. We have just listened to a very interesting discussion, and I would like to thank all panelists for their insights presented during this session. As we are celebrating the 20th anniversary of UN Resolution 1325 on women, peace and security, where Norway was one of the driving forces behind the resolution stating that women should participate on equal terms with men in decision-making processes, we at Kongsberg want to use this opportunity to recognize the many women active in this field. This is why we encourage you to join the pan-European campaign Security and give a shout-out to women who inspired you in peace and security. For more, please listen to Hanna Neumann, member of the European Parliament and one of the initiators of this campaign. Thank you.
We all know that political decisions get better the more diverse the people are who make them. And I think that is especially true when we talk about war and peace and about how to change societies that had a war. But if I look at the negotiation tables, I see there mostly men, and especially the men that were carrying the guns. And what I don't see is women and the people that were fighting for more peaceful solutions, minorities that are not having the power, like the military power, over certain territories. And it's very much time that we change this pattern. And it's good that we have Resolution 1325, to which most of the Women, Peace and Security agenda relates. It has had its 20th anniversary just a few weeks ago. And such anniversaries are always a good moment to take stock of what we have achieved. And when it comes to Resolution 3025 and the goals it set out, it has to be sadly stated that we have a lot of resolutions, we have strategies, we have action plans. So we know how it works to strengthen women in peace and security. But when it comes to the implementation, we are not that slow. And I really think that is the mission for the next 20, and I would hope maybe less for the next 10 years, to really speed things up. And it's one thing to go to other countries and tell them how they should strengthen women in their countries, how they should fight discrimination. It's important. But I think it's even more important to lead by example. And here, EU member states still have a lot to do. Only about 11% of our military is female. When it comes to our diplomacy, and especially our ambassadors, there is such a big gap between Sweden, which has nearly 50% female ambassadors, so clearly showing it is working, and countries like Belgium, which are only having about 10% ambassadors. The European External Action Service also has only about a quarter of its delegations headed by women. So this is just one example that clearly shows that we have to do our homeworks as well. I don't know in how many negotiations, delegations, missions in the European Parliament, but also in our work before as a consultant and as a researcher in peace and conflict studies, I was the only woman in the room. And this is always a hard fight. And I really hope that all the women that are now in the field, and there's so many amazing women, will get more and more visibility, that there will be no more medals in peace, security, defense, whatever, so that they can be role model for other young women that may then more easily find their way into the field. And as I'm doing this video, I actually sit in Kamishli in Syria, which is part of the Rojava region, a region in the middle of one of the worst wars that we have seen in the last decades. But still, in this region, women have half of the positions, in parliament, have half of the positions in the administration, have half of the positions in the military. Everything is co-shared. So I think it is a very encouraging example that shows that women are as good as men, at least when it comes to peace and security.
Thank you, Christian Chmielewski, and thank you to Hanna Naumann for this inspiring message about the need to bring more women to the discussion on peace and security. As the program director of the Road to Warsaw Security Forum, I am personally proud to announce that over 40% of our speakers and 60% of participants of these events are women. So we do our best to actually walk the talk. Now let's swiftly move to our third live conversation at the Road, third ministerial conversation, this time with a lineup of distinguished ministers of defense. The conversation will be moderated by the chairman of the Warsaw Security Forum, Zbigniew Pisarski, and we will join you just in a moment.
Good afternoon, everyone. It was a pleasure to listen to remarks about security program. It's also personally to me very appealing, particularly that at the Pulaski Foundation, we are honored to host the Polish branch of Women in International Security organization. But I'm more than happy to host and moderate today's ministerial conversation under the subject from east to west to south, reflecting on the security architecture of Europe. Purpose of this panel is to reflect on the current security architecture of Europe, the role of NATO and EU in responding to major military and security threats. And we couldn't dream better speakers as ministers of defense representing three dimensions geographically of Europe. We have today with us our good friend and regular participant of the Warsaw Security Forum, Minister of Defense of Estonia, Yuri Luik. Great to have you back, although virtually, but we don't give up against pandemia. Pleasure to have you. We have with us Minister of Defense of Romania, Nicolae Ciucă, the country that is working very closely with Poland on defense subjects. And we have from the south, but we are in the right corner at the border country of NATO. You are the southwestern corner of NATO. So we are very happy to have with us Minister of Defense of Portugal, Mr. João Gomes Cravinho. Pleasure to have you, sir, with us. Before I will proceed with the first questions directed to you, let me remind our viewers, those that are watching our discussion over the platform, those who are registered, that we will have an opinion poll that is ongoing during the whole discussion. And there is a question in the opinion poll: is American presence in Europe a condition for European security? So we'll be happy to have views of our public. And just to remind you that we are constantly observed by around 1,000 viewers on several different media platforms like Twitter, like YouTube, like Facebook, as well as our original platform of the Warsaw Security Forum. So the last remark, technical, is that viewers can also ask questions live, also on the platform in a chat, so I will be able to deliver them to our honorable speakers. So without further delay, let me ask the first question. It will be a question to the Minister Yuri Luik, and I would like to start with American perspective. Mr. Luik, what should be our response to President Trump's July 2020 announcement of a potential withdrawal of US troops from Europe? Regardless of who will sit in the White House, and I think it's, at least to me, it's obvious that it will be President Biden, can Europe afford to go along? Minister.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, and extremely glad to be here, well, at the Warsaw Security Forum, at least virtually, and very happy also to greet my two distinguished colleagues. Hello, and nice to see you. I'm sad we don't see each other in person at the moment. When it comes to European security, then for me there's no doubt that it should be very deeply connected to the transatlantic security. There are many reasons for that. We share the same values, and also we share the same approach to world security, if you will. But also importantly, and this is a practical notion, to build a credible deterrence against big players like Russia, we simply need the United States. I mean, even mathematically, the numbers do not add up if the US armed forces are not with Europe. When it comes to your particular question, then obviously, and I have expressed it in my own statement, we are saddened by the fact that there are ideas of withdrawing some of the troops from Europe, because we believe that these troops, as I said, play a very important deterrent role. On the other hand, I'm happy that some of those troops, at least according to the plan, there is an intention to move them elsewhere inside Europe, to Eastern Europe, to Poland. There have been also discussions regarding the Baltic states, and of course to Romania. So I think that is a positive approach. Now, what will happen when the Biden administration steps into office is difficult to predict, of course, because the withdrawal of troops from Europe is planned by Pentagon as a very long-term process. And it's evident there are various reasons, starting from logistics, building new bases, moving families. I mean, it's a long process. So we don't know how it will proceed. And obviously the new administration will make its decisions. But let me say this. I believe that the transatlantic relationship, it obviously has a strong economic dimension, it has a values dimension, but traditionally it has always had a military, a defense dimension, because that is one of the areas which unites us and which gives us sort of united power. But it also builds a political bond between Europe and the United States, because defense is one of the most existential political issues which nation states might have. So I would very much emphasize that we shouldn't imagine that we can build a strong transatlantic relationship or maintain it without the defense dimension. That's why I'm also quite hesitant when people speak about Europe going on its own. I don't see obvious reasons for doing that politically. And as I already said, the numbers also don't add up. And even European missions around the world actually use a lot of American technology. They use drones, they use communication systems, intelligence. So we cannot afford to be without our US colleagues.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your response. Since we are limited by time, I apologize, I will interrupt. But let me proceed with another question that I would like to address our friend from Portugal. I know that Minister is very experienced and has a broad knowledge about international relations and affairs. So my question will be about China. Is China a systemic challenge for Europe? And how should we react to the worsening relationship between the United States and China, which most likely will become a permanent feature of the security architecture we are facing these days? So what's your perspective on China, Minister? We don't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Now we hear you.
Great. Okay, well, thank you very much for inviting me in the first place. It's great to be at the Warsaw Security Forum, although I would rather be in Warsaw, but maybe on another occasion. It's also great to share the stage here with my friends Yuri and Nikolai. I should point out that I've only made 2 bilateral visits since the COVID came down upon us, and that was to Estonia and to Romania. So I'm very pleased to now be sharing this platform with the both of you. On China. China is of course a very, very major challenge, and we are at the moment at a stage where history is changing. We are at the moment where tectonic plates are shifting, and the rise of China is something that is very, very evident to everybody. This is going to be partially adversarial and partially, I hope, cooperative. And I think that we need to be able to navigate and calibrate these 2 dimensions very carefully and closely as Europeans and as allies of the United States, which is, of course, the major superpower, but rapidly facing a rising China. I think that one thing that we need to be clear about is that China is not the new Soviet Union. The nature of the challenge that China poses to us is quite distinct from the nature of the Cold War that we lived through for decades. Just to give one obvious example, at that time, global governance was defined by the Cold War itself, by the adversarial nature of the US-Russian relationship. Nowadays, global governance has to take on board many aspects. Climate change is the most obvious, but there are others, migration flows and so on, which each country on its own is insufficient to deal with. And this brings a whole new dimension. And with respect to climate change, I very much hope that it is possible to engage with China. And the Biden administration gives us hope that this will be an area which is more cooperative than adversarial. But we obviously need to bear in mind that there will be adversarial aspects to the rise of China. The nature of the non-democratic regime, I think, has found already an interesting suggestion in the incoming Biden administration, the idea of a forum of democracies. This kind of issue, I think we need to be able to tackle with. As ministers of defense, though, it seems to me that the nature of the relationship with China is only partially related to our responsibilities. We have to be able to face those responsibilities, for example, standing with allies with respect to dimensions of the South China Sea or others. But this is something that goes well beyond our defense realm.
Thank you very much, Minister. I hope that in Romania security situation is stable and that Minister will return to us in a minute. So maybe let me proceed with the questions from young transatlantic leaders before Minister of Romania will get back to us, and so we can hear the questions from the next generations. So let me invite you to listen to questions from young leaders. One is from Georgia and another from Ukraine.
Hello, my name is Nina Kultetwashvili. I'm from Georgia, and currently I'm participating in the program of Academy of Young Diplomats. Here's my question. It is a quite well-known tendency that energy-rich authoritarian regimes use their energy exports as a foreign policy tools. So how effective do you think the Russian energy coercion has been in achieving Kremlin's strategic aims? And also, what needs to be done to prevent authoritarian regimes from employing such strategies? Thank you.
Hello, my name is Vladislav Zinichenko. I am from Ukraine. I am a participant of the Academy of Young Diplomats. My question is, how do you assess Europe's readiness to the latest escalation between Azerbaijan and Armenia? Thank you.
Well, as you see, the questions are not easy. So the first one is about energy coercion of Russia, and the second, how we should respond to the conflict between Azerbaijan and Armenia. Of course, the status of the conflict is evolving each day as we see. So right now we have a truce. But we know that situation is quite complicated over there. So who would like to start first? You don't have to respond to both questions. You can choose one. The privilege of the first. Who would like to start? Yuri, back to you. But we don't hear you. Oh, now.
Now it's better.
Now it's good.
Very quickly on both issues. Obviously, there's no doubt that Russia uses energy as one of the tools of putting pressure on other countries. I think often they have overplayed their hand, and especially in relations to European Union. European Union has done major efforts in diversifying its energy consumption. And I think it is also very positive that the issue of Nord Stream 2 has been put to the table, because from the Estonian point of view, it is a purely political project, and its main reason is to circumvent Ukraine. So I think these are serious issues which should be discussed. Now, when it comes to the Azeri-Armenian conflict, then of course we are all happy that the violence has stopped and the civilian population is no more in danger. On the other hand, the peace agreement and the process, I think, has put Russia to a very complicated position. I mean, there are analysts who believe that Russia somehow kind of achieved more power and prestige by conducting this mediation. I'm doubtful. I think especially vis-a-vis Armenia, Russia is getting a lot of criticism from the Armenian side. Clearly a strong ally traditionally of Russia. But this is a long story, so I won't go into details. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Since we have back with us Nicola Chuka, and I think that for a second we had your Deputy Minister of Defense as well with us, so I'm sorry I didn't introduce her. But Minister, if I could repeat to you the question of our Georgian young transatlantic leader, that was concerned about the role that Russia is, how Russia is using energy as a weapon. And do you think it's a threat for countries that authoritarian regimes are employing energy as a weapon? Is it a concern to you also in Romania?
Good afternoon. First of all, let me salute my very good friends Joao and Yuri, and to express my gratitude for being invited to take part in this very prestigious panel. Second, I think you notice how easy we solved the problem of gender balance, how easy we share responsibilities in between men and women within our Ministry of Defense. So I think when you ask about energy, you have in mind that energy it's an instrument of power, or at least it's part of an instrument of power. So based on that, I think energy is a complementary tool which can be used in your activities, your approach to defeat someone, or in your approach to achieve your own goals. So looking to what's happening right now, we can see the energy corridors playing a very relevant role in what means the all the efforts done to ensure all the European countries with the required amount of gas, power, whatever, everything which is related to energy, and also how easy by taking decision you can avoid some of the countries which are really facing the lack of these energetic resources, or in other way to bypass some of the countries which are really looking to be part of the energy corridors. So yes, energy is part of the instruments of power. They can be used, and by leveraging the pipes of energy, you can also threat someone, taking into account that we also have some examples in our history.
And Minister, since I have you on there, if I could ask you one more question, and it's more about military acquisitions. I would like to ask you a question from Piotr Głogowski, who is representing a Kongsberg company, and he is asking what is the Romanian perspective on acquisition of the military equipment from the United States and the presence of US troops in Romania. Could you share your perspective on the subject? So acquisition of equipment, military equipment from US, and presence of US troops in Romania.
So first of all, let me share with you that we have decided to be a very reliable ally and to accomplish the requirement of burden sharing. So since that has been decided at NATO political leadership level, Romania have started since 2017 to ensure 2% from our GDP for defense. Based on that, we are having a very clear horizon for planning our acquisition program, which are, of course, looking at the end to raise the readiness of our armed forces, and also to create those capabilities which give us that military relevance in order to, at the national level, to integrate all the other instruments of power and to raise the level of national resilience, and within the alliance to be that pillar which you can rely on, you may rely on when it comes about the security in the Black Sea region. So based on that, we have decided at the Ministry of Defense leadership level, and also at our National Security Council, what are the capabilities we are really, which are really relevant for us, and we have decided to buy, to start buying the air defense capability, and also the long distance precise strike capabilities. So in other words, we have decided to buy a Patriot and a HIMARS system. So those are the capabilities who have been
Thank you, Minister. I think it's actually it's quite precise answer, and I apologize. I didn't promise I will be asking easy questions, and since our viewers are asking us to forward the questions. Another question, if I may ask our guest from Portugal. What can and should NATO allies do to moderate and restrain Turkey? It's not easy, I know.
No, thank you very much for asking me that question. Look, in the first place, Turkey is an ally. Turkey is an ally of ours, and it's an important ally. We've been through many different times in NATO with different allies, and I think that we have to have some historical distance and not be imagine that this precise moment is one that we're going to be living through for forever. So at the moment, we shouldn't downplay the nature of the difficulties that we have at the moment. And there's one aspect in which I have to say that it is important that Turkey should understand, in order for us to create a good basis for the rapprochement that we all need, which is that Turkey's specific issues should not keep everything else hostage in NATO, and I believe that our friends in Romania and in Estonia and all the Baltic countries understand very well the point that I'm making in this respect. We have to cordon off the issues where we have differences of opinion and work on those. We have in the Eastern Mediterranean, I think it's very important that NATO Secretary General remains fully engaged in mediating and creating bridges between Greece and Turkey in particular. I think that the incoming Biden administration will also have to be very quickly engaged with Turkey, because the United States has such a significant leadership role in NATO. So the basic point that I'm making is we need Turkey. Turkey needs us. We need to be able to find solutions. We should neither understate the nature of the problems, and we also should not imagine that this is condemning us to, in NATO, to a life without Turkey, because I don't believe that's going to be the case. But we have a lot of efforts that we need to be putting into it, and we need to, of course, to have the reciprocal effort from our friends in Ankara.
Thank you, Minister. My next question is to Minister Yuri Luik, and it's about Belarus. The last president of Belarus, Mr. Lukashenko, is accusing its neighbors, Belarusian neighbors, for running a coup against his leadership. What would you say to President Lukashenko if you would have this opportunity responding to those accusations?
Well, it's of course a ridiculous accusation, and it is obvious that the victory of the Belarusian democratic forces should be recognized by Lukashenko. I mean, that's the nature of democracy. People vote and the result is recognized. And what the European Union is doing is really highlighting the fact that the elections, democratic elections, have not been realized in the change of government in Belarus. I think sometimes people tell us, you know, EU is just talking and talking. But, you know, it's very important. When I think back to our own battles to get freedom from the Soviet Union, then the fact that the Western countries talked about our fight, recognized our aspirations, and saw them as legitimate, and the Soviet moves as illegitimate, was an enormous help to us, was an enormous help to our people, and I think that is what we can do. And of course, also the European Union has put forward sanctions. Again, one of the tools at our disposal, which again shows that Lukashenko has really cheated its own people out of their democratic choice, and this will not pass. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Another question we have from Alexandra Suprun, and it's a question to Minister Kravina. In eastern and northern part of Europe, we are very concerned about Russia. However, in south of Europe, this threat may not be so topical. Could you elaborate on how Portugal views Russia?
Well, Russia is not on our borders. So, of course, the feeling of threat to our national borders is not there as it is in other countries. And as I said, the two countries that I have visited since COVID have been Estonia and Romania. We have, as allies, we believe that it is our duty to be present side by side with all of our other allies, and this means being in the Baltic countries, and we have air policing missions, we have Marines in Lithuania every year. So, and we have in Romania, we are increasing in 2021 our presence also there with tailored forward presence. So we feel fully committed to the challenges that are on the immediate borders of countries that are next to Russia. But we see NATO as a whole, and they are NATO borders, and we believe that as allies we have to treat them as our own borders. So full solidarity. Threats are coming from Russia, they are also coming from other parts, and this is the 360-degree concept that we've all been working on, and I see countries that border on Russia. Estonia is a good example. Also deeply committed, for example, in Africa and the Sahel and in other kinds of missions because of this notion that the security that we seek to promote in the European continent is indivisible from security in a wider region. And so we all owe this to each other. So I hope that Alexander, who's asking the question, can be completely confident in the notion that Portugal takes its responsibilities as an ally very, very seriously, even though we are as far from Russia as you can get in the European continent.
As a think tanker, I couldn't resist to ask you a typical question that we have during the panel discussions. Since we are coming to the conclusions and we have 6 minutes left, I would like to ask you for up to 1 minute conclusion, but if you could focus on 1 or 2 things that we forgot to mention in reference to the European architecture security, what we should keep in mind and what we didn't touch today's discussion. So maybe Yuri or Nicolae. Oh, we have to turn on the mic.
Sorry. I think what we didn't touch are the security implication of COVID, although you discussed it, of course, elsewhere. But I think we have to be very clear in looking how we are prepared for future epidemiological crises and what new structures inside European Union should we create to be ready, because there will be another epidemiological crisis and we should look at it very carefully. For instance, one of the challenges, surprisingly, is the selling of live animals, the trade in live animals, which has paradoxically become a major security issue, because that is really one of the sources of epidemiological crisis. So the security obviously is not only military, and we all know it very well. Thanks.
Thank you. I think it's very, very appealing to all of our countries, and we all are concerned about pandemia these days. It's very, very important, I believe. So, Nicola Ciucă, Minister, what is your opinion? What we forget to mention in today's discussion, and what is affecting our security?
We are having a very short time to cover all the security issues. So, as Yuri and Joao have mentioned, and of course, all the questions which were addressed or showing that security, it's a concern of not only for think tankers or security responsibles, formally responsibles from all the points of view, but it's that means that we should learn from this year of trying to find all the solutions to cope with all the conventional and unconventional security challenges and threats. Inside a very difficult situation, this pandemic was really surprising all of us. And we should take into consideration that in the beginning, each country tried to solve by itself the problem. But then step by step, we realized that we cannot do it by ourselves, and we need to cooperate and to share with all the other allied European countries how we can leverage all those instruments to solve this issue. And also, we are continuing to focus on all the other security threats. So I think what we have to keep in mind is that what we learned this year, we should consider to be a little bit more complex, and to expect in the future to see more.
We should use simply this experience. Thank you, Minister.
Use this experience. Yes,
I fully agree with you. And a brief answer from our Portuguese friend.
Well, thank you. I just I can build on what Yuri and Nikolai have said by saying that one aspect that we should be focusing on now, and we have the good fortune in Portugal of being in the presidency of the European Union in the next semester, is EU-NATO cooperation, because the kind of non-conventional threats that are potential risks for us that we have become very aware of with the pandemic are serious threats to our security, but they're not the kind of threats that NATO has all of the instruments to deal with. The European Union, of course, with its enormous range of tools and instruments that penetrate deep into our societies, is actually very well positioned to partner with NATO on non-conventional threats, hybrid threats, cyber issues. And I think that this is an area which is very promising for us to work on in terms of EU-NATO cooperation.
Thank you very much. I promised you to present results of the opinion poll with the question, is American presence in Europe a condition for European security? So let me present you the answers. So the answer 70% is yes. So I will leave leave you with these results for later conversations, but it looks that we rely quite heavily on our American friends. Since we have still 10 seconds, let me just thank you very much for your time and for your thoughts and sharing with all European and transatlantic community. But one more thing. I hope that we'll be able to see each other in presence in Warsaw in June 2021 during the Warsaw Security Forum that we hopefully will do in a post-pandemia world. So please keep fingers crossed that we'll have a bit more air to breathe when next time we'll see each other. So thank you very much once again for your time, and have a great afternoon here, and in US, have a great morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Zbigniew. Thank you to the ministers for this fantastic ministerial conversation. I would also like to thank very warmly all our participants. We're seeing a lot of questions coming in. We are seeing a lot of activity on our social media. So thank you for being with us, and stay tuned for the next part of the program, which is actually now going to be broadcast from Washington, D.C. It is in Washington where Daniel Twining, the president of the International Republican Institute, one of our program partners, will moderate a fascinating conversation on China, and not only, with yet another of our distinguished guests, the Deputy Secretary of State, Stephen Biegun. So with no further delay, let us move to Washington, D.C.
I'm really pleased to Hi, I'm Dan Twining. I'm the president of the International Republican Institute. We're a nonprofit, nonpartisan, non-governmental organization that of our IRI alum. Steve worked extensively on Capitol Hill for many years, including as Chief of Staff of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, as National Security Advisor to the Senate Majority Leader, and when I was a young man working for John McCain as his new and inexperienced foreign policy advisor, the best advice I got from the senator was when in doubt, ask Steve Biegun. So I continue to live by that rule. Steve, we're really pleased to have you here today. Welcome. All right, we're going to kick this right off. Steve, for everybody, we're going to talk about the US, Europe, and China here for maybe 10 or 12 minutes. Then we're going to open it up to a couple questions, which will take us beyond that remit. And then we will close things out here at about 5 after the hour. So Steve, just to begin, and we look forward, obviously, to everything you have to say. This question of the US, Europe, and China. China has become a transatlantic issue. The old NATO alliance, the old US-Europe security architecture and diplomatic architecture was really designed around an era when there was a primary challenge from Russia, and what happened in Asia sort of mattered a little less. China, in many respects, has now come to Europe, not simply through Belt and Road and other investments, not simply through highly intensified diplomatic engagement, but very much in terms of acting through media outlets, running information operations, engaging in united front work. So China is using various forms of sharp power to sharpen its influence in Europe in ways that risk eroding the transatlantic alliance and comity within Europe. How can the US and Europe work together on the China challenge? And what can we learn from other countries, including Australia, that have had to deal with some of these issues?
So thank you very much, Dan. And it's appropriate that we begin with this issue as this is one of the greatest challenges we face in the generation to come, not only here in the United States of America, but on the continent of Europe as well. Our partnership between the United States and Europe is going to be absolutely critical to our success to reinforce and ultimately sustain a rules-based international order that protects free and open societies, that protects free trade and commerce, that respects sovereignty of the nations around the world, not only over the control of their territory, but on the control of their data, the control of their thought, their control of their values. While I think one could exaggerate the degree to which China poses a direct threat to us in all of these dimensions, and perhaps one could even underestimate some of the brittleness of the Chinese system as well, although we never know for sure, but we can sense it. We can see it's like when the surface of the road cracks because underneath it there's a crack in the substrata, and it's a reflection crack. You can see those reflection cracks, and we see those occasionally in China. We saw them when President Xi Jinping took power in his systematic elimination of all rivals. We saw it in the reaction of the Chinese Communist Party to the COVID-19 pandemic, and how at first they were absolutely reeling in December and especially January. In February, as they began to turn the corner, they became much more assertive and aggressive globally. And I would view that also as a reflection crack, a sign that there's a brittleness or a brokenness inside the system, and that aggressive and assertiveness is intended to overcome it. But anyway, stepping back to the question of what's at stake here, it's absolutely critical that the United States and Europe cooperate, and we are actually taking steps to do so, thankfully. Secretary Pompeo and Josep Borrell just maybe about a month ago kicked off a US-EU-China dialogue that will be an ongoing process that we will use to coordinate US-EU policies in a broad range of issues. It's not to say that we'll agree in each case. Here inside the United States, there's myriad views on the appropriate approach to China, as is the case in Europe and between various members of the EU in particular who have different economic interests at stake. But nonetheless, that level of coordination and cooperation is going to be an essential foundation for us to be able to work together. The next step will be an upcoming meeting between myself and my counterpart, Helga Schmidt, the number 2 at the External Action Service. Helga is a great partner for us on these issues, and I'm really looking forward to fleshing out with Helga how we're going to develop this going forward. Of course, we're headed toward a transition here in the United States. So what we're trying to do is create a framework. After January 21st, it obviously will be subject to some revision, but I think it's an enduring interest to the United States, and I'm quite confident that it's one that both governments will, over a long period of time, see a value. At the same time, we have to work our way through some of the competing interests in each economy, and we have to work through some competing interests together. Just yesterday, I think it was, Joseph Borrell said, gave some views on China, describing them in multiple forms as partner, as competitor, as adversary, and trying to balance that. And it's a complicated undertaking, and we have to be careful not to make it even more complicated than it is. We should stand for what we're for, and what the Europeans of the United States are for. Are very common values and interests. I think that's what we lead with, and the rest of it will come along in time.
Steve, that's very sound strategic and political and prudential advice to remember what we're for and not necessarily what we may be against. I would like to pick you up on this question of sustainability. There's new Pew polling showing that not just Americans, but citizens in Europe and around the world have sharply negative views of China just from the past few years. We've seen big spikes. In the United States, it does appear that there's much more of a bipartisan consensus than existed even 4 or 5 years ago around really the systemic challenge that China poses, not just to the United States and our interests in the world, but really to all free and open societies, particularly the free and open societies of the West. The Trump administration's national security strategy really drew a picture of a future world of great power competition. There's a new important State Department document, which many of us read about yesterday, sort of laying out the case for a much more strategic and systemic approach, full spectrum, to the China challenge to the West that includes doubling down on exactly what you said, what we stand for, what we believe in as free and open societies. This feels to many of us like really our most important strategic shift since 9/11, that we're really at another pivot point here. Do you see the United States being able to sustain the approach you're describing that this administration has developed, sustaining that over time in future administrations, as well as obviously working with allies around these principles?
Yeah, first of all, I see it as an imperative, but second, I have high confidence that it will. As you said, this is the shift that we're seeing, the awakening, if you will, that we're seeing on the great power competition with China is evident in virtually every dimension of our society, Dan. You mentioned bipartisan, Republicans, Democrats. I would also say across branches of government, both the Congress and the executive branch. I'd say in our non-governmental society, academics, think tank experts clearly have become far more attuned to this, reflecting on the bets that we placed 20 years ago on how China, the course that China would take after it was began to be fully integrated into global institutions versus the reality of what we face today. You're also seeing it even to some extent, surprisingly, in the business community. A number of companies have already completely removed their business operations from China, finding it untenable to do business there, particularly in the technology fields where they were given a very blunt choice of either surrendering their technology and their trade secrets or vacating the market. And many of them made the decision to vacate the market. The challenge we have, though, goes well beyond our own society. It's in every dimension of our interactions with China worldwide. The grand strategists are generally unsatisfied by descriptions of what the United States is trying to do under our national security strategy. But I think it makes sense from my perspective. You know, Dan, in the year 2000, when the Congress held the ultimate debate on whether or not to bring China into the World Trade Organization, the vote prevailed in favor, largely on the bet that by bringing China into global institutions, China's behavior would begin to be affected by the rules and norms of those institutions. But there was a real miscalculation made at the time, maybe an underestimation of how rapidly the economic advantage of those institutional memberships would advance China's economy in such a manner that China actually outpaced any pressures to transform. And so very quickly, instead of China's norms being shaped by international institutions, China began to shape the norms of international institutions because of its sheer size and economic influence. All this was happening at the same time where the Communist Party in China still determinedly hung to its ideology and its form of government. And the consequences of this are evident for all of us to see. China is a more severe and less free society today than it was 20 years ago. I think by any objective measure, that's the case. At the same time that it has achieved an overwhelming economic dominance in many parts of the world, and we're continuing to see the tail of that through programs like the Belt and Road Initiative and so on. The challenge for us has been that we have kept our money on the same bet for 15, probably the last 20 years. I'd say that the shift really started to happen at the end of the previous administration. And the compromises we made during that decade and a half were to cede space in every domain. We stopped being a loyal friend of the people of Taiwan. We allowed our interactions with Taiwan to be affected by the test of whether or not they made Beijing happy. We stopped criticizing China about its human rights record. Human rights record that's absolutely appalling today. And 20 years ago, we were much more vocal about human rights than we are today, seeing the depredations being committed against the people of Xinjiang, of Hong Kong, still the Tibetans, and many others in Chinese society. Many who were swept up in arrests for being critical or questioning the Chinese government's response to COVID-19 just this year. And our voice on human rights has been muted because for a decade and a half, it was seen as a tantamount to regime change with China to criticize the human rights record. So we stopped. And so the space shrunk on Taiwan, the space shrunk on human rights. Every other domain, South China Sea, territorial claims, the space shrunk as China created facts on the ground. Space shrunk on intellectual property rights, on trade issues. And our challenge now as a country, not as a Trump administration, not as a Republican Party, and by the way, not as just the United States, but as the transatlantic community and free and open societies, is in every domain we have to begin to push that space back out. We're not trying to generate a crisis with the government of China, with the Communist Party of China, but we have to defend our space. It's just unbelievable the things that we became apologetic about doing. And we just, any notion, IRI, as you know, pioneered democracy programs at the village level in China. It was a period of great experiment in the early 2000s when IRI had the support of the Chinese government, the Chinese Communist Party, to do those programs. Could you conceive of doing anything of that nature today, Dan? That's just one very close to home anecdotal example of how this space has shrunk. And it's not going to be easy. And the Chinese will make it sound like it's a refutation of everything they stand for, that it's an attack on their regime, that it's an attempt to usurp their sovereignty, that we are the protectionists and they are the multilateralists. While we're doing it, we're just going to have to keep steadily pushing this space open until we get back to where we were when we started making those compromises 20 years ago.
Steve, very well said. And I'd so appreciate your historical perspective on how both we and the Chinese have evolved. The Chinese system, unfortunately, in quite a negative direction, even as their power and influence.
Can I add one point too?
Yes,
I add one point too. And that doesn't mean we have to be adversaries with China. The Chinese people are not our enemy. I would even go so far as to say the Chinese Communist Party is not a monolith. We have many challenges that come from the Communist Party in China, for sure. And that is at the root of this, is the preservation of power, influence, and wealth in the Communist Party, rationalized by an ideology, but not driven by an ideology. For somebody who's been involved with China most of my career in either private sector or public sector, to comprehend the notion of China as a communist society, an egalitarian society with a distribution of wealth across all people, not each according to their not according to their work, but according to their needs, or whatever the old saying was. It doesn't have to be adversarial. It's going to be scratchy though, because the Communist Party in China is not going to give up that space easily.
Okay, one more question on China, and then we're going to move out of area to a couple audience questions. Steve, your point about ideology is super interesting. Also your point about us not being enemies, of course, of the Chinese people. Some of the most inspiring people I have witnessed over the past year have been citizens of Hong Kong who simply want the rights that they were promised and guaranteed. So the Chinese system, the Chinese leadership in many regards would like to make this contestation over democracy and human rights about sort of China versus us. And actually, that's not the dynamic at all. Many, many, many people in China would like to live in a freer society. But I would like to pick you up on this question of ideology, because, and it comes back to the transatlantic relationship and the role of Europe. Europe does not want to be any kind of American pawn in a relationship with China. Europe obviously wants to make independent decisions about its relations with China. But it strikes me, and I suspect you, having worked on these issues for many years, that there still remains in parts of Europe an underappreciation of the systemic challenge, the totality of the China challenge, that this isn't simply about, which telecoms provider offers services at which price. This isn't simply about, the fact that the 17+1 is annoying because it's a deliberate effort to break up European unity, that this is something much more profound, that the Chinese are pursuing a full spectrum approach to essentially eroding the free and open world and making that world safer for Chinese authoritarian interests, safer for autocracy. And that vision, that Chinese vision of a future world, actually leaves Europe in a very uncomfortable position. So could I just draw you out on that question, please?
Yeah, so just as I don't see China as a monolith, I don't see Europe as a monolith, and frankly, the United States is not monolithic either. There's going to be a difference of views. And as the old saying goes, oftentimes where you stand depends on where you sit. It's not surprising to me that Germany, whose automobile industry thrives on the back of sales in the People's Republic of China, would be a reluctant player. And that's not an indictment of Germany. It's an economic reality. Some countries are far more dependent upon the Chinese markets, and it's going to affect their judgment. As I said, that where they stand depends on where they sit. But at the same time, I think that Europe is alert to this challenge. Many countries in Europe are. Boris Johnson, the Prime Minister of the UK, struck what we viewed as an unfortunate decision on integration of Huawei into the 5G networks of the United Kingdom, and he was basically pushed back by his own members of Parliament. Even within societies, there are going to be pressures and corrective mechanisms. But the trend is good. And let me start with that. The trend is good with the Europeans. For Mr. Borrell, for his team to be working closely with us on China issues is a good sign. So I'm not pessimistic about our ability to do this. But let me say one other thing. In all candor, we also bear some responsibility for producing the circumstances for cooperative action. One of the biggest challenges the United States has in identifying its interests is prioritizing within its interests. And so if our national security strategy highlights great power competition above all as the leading interest of the United States of America for the generation to come, then we have to organize ourselves to support that priority as we look at other issues. I think I've used this term before, but what I saw in your U.S. foreign policy over the past 4 years, my assessment or my description of it is it was something of a correction, like a market correction, that there were places where policies or international commitments either got overextended or got imbalanced or failed to generate sufficient support from partners. Obvious example, something like burden sharing inside NATO, which was constantly eroding over my entire career. And we had a correction. We had a moment of correction. I know that many people found this administration's foreign policies to be a complete shock to the system, but that's not accidental. I think it was actually almost like a market force that produced this, generated support for the president in his election 4 years ago, and produced a set of policies which seemed radical to many, but I saw simply as a market correction. But as we look forward, Dan, we're going to really have to prioritize. If China is our most important, compelling U.S.-European interest, then we have to put it there. Other issues, fights over hormone in beef cows, or hydrogen peroxide dipped chickens, or whatever. You get the point. We have to prioritize now. And if this is our most important issue, then by golly, we and the Europeans have to focus on this as our important issue.
Yes, well said. Okay, we're going to go now to 2 video questions from members of the European Democracy Youth Network. If we can run them, please.
Greetings from Tbilisi. This is Diana Indeladze, European Democracy Youth Network's ambassador from Georgia. Mr. Deputy Secretary of State, I would like to ask you the following question. After illegal annexation of Crimea and the Kremlin's increased malign influence on the Black Sea littoral states through the use of military aggression and hybrid warfare instruments, NATO pledged to step up its presence in the region. However, after 6 years, it seems that the NATO's initiatives have not met the expectations of the partner Black Sea countries. What do you think the role of the non-Black Sea NATO members should be in advancing the alliance's influence in the regional security arrangements? And finally, do you expect future US administrations will promote NATO's role in the Black Sea region? Thank you.
Hey Dan, I had the Secretary of State of the United States, dear all. My name is Elmas Hasanovic, and I am a Fulbright scholar from North Macedonia, and I am representing the European Democracy Youth Network. The fake news and disinformation campaigns sponsored and fabricated by malicious foreign actors are a serious threat for each democracy. In particular, the Russian influence in the Western Balkans through the Church and the so-called Slavic Brotherhood is getting stronger every day. What is the assessment in terms of endangering the security of the Western Balkan countries by Russia? And do you think that blocking certain countries to integrate in the EU would leave a room for an increased Russian influence in the region? Thank you so much.
Dan, could you repeat Diana's question for me? I had a little trouble hearing it.
Yes, it was a question broadly, Steve, just around Black Sea security, that the Russian invasion of Crimea demonstrated shortcomings. How do you see the NATO commitment to Southeastern Europe in terms of Black Sea security? That was one. And then 2 was Russian influence in the Western Balkans and sort of how to manage that.
Yeah, so obviously there's a common thread between both Diana and Elmas's questions. I'll address what's in common, but also what's separate. So Diana, in relation to the Black Sea region, and in this, in my view, extends all the way into the South Caucasus. Clearly, there's an ongoing contest for Russia to continue to assert its control and influence in those parts of the world. I've been working on this same region and set of issues since the 1930s. Excuse me, since the 1990s, about 30 years. And I see. I don't want to take any undue comfort or confidence from it, but I see the Russian government becoming fatigued, and perhaps this is the consequence of our steady pushback, bringing our institutions like NATO and the EU into the Black Sea region, continuing and sustaining our relations with countries in the region, and also the other forms of pressure that we've kept on Moscow because of its misadventures in places like Ukraine and elsewhere, that perhaps, just perhaps, we're seeing some return on those long investments. And I suppose it would have been overly optimistic to expect immediate return on some of these things, but it's clear that the Russian government is having to make increasingly difficult resource decisions. I personally believe that's why they are so interested in extending the New START treaty, which I am confident we will find a way to do so. But I don't think they are in a position to invest in strategic modernization or expansion of their systems in a manner that they feel comfortable could compete with us. That's just one dimension of this. It's also, it's been very interesting to watch events play out in Nagorno-Karabakh. Obviously, that's an understatement. It's a terrible tragedy what's happened there, but the Russian government's reticence versus what I think we would have seen 25 years ago to really step in and resolve that. And even today, it's exactly unclear what the Russian government's appetite is. In some sense, they've grabbed the proverbial tiger by the tail. They have 2,000 peacekeepers now devoted to Nagorno-Karabakh, it's the kind of thing that in the 1990s here in the United States would have been subject to severe scrutiny for mission creep, for no deadline for completion of the mission. It looks very familiar to me, the things that we did and challenges that we faced. Not that we shouldn't have in the cases we did, but it was very difficult to defend, and it required us to make real choices and trade-offs to do so. The other factor in the Black Sea region is the increasing unreliability of Turkey as a partner, and that is a factor that we have yet to fully reflect in either the United States or Europe. But it's going to be very much a discussion between in the transatlantic community, as it was just recently during the current trip by Secretary Pompeo to several European destinations. This is a major new shift in the region, and one that neither we nor the Russians, quite frankly, have nor the Europeans have figured out entirely how to address. In terms of the Western Balkans, many of the same phenomena that I described have been seen in the Western Balkans, although—
Steve, we got about 1 minute left, okay? Just if we can do it tightly.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, increasingly that seems to me to be driven as much by economic and influence and corruption as national interest in the case of Russia. And we're just going to have to work very closely, potentially more effectively using institutions of law enforcement and cooperation and intelligence and investigations and in designations and sanctions and punishments in order to turn that back. But it's not, again, my perspective stretches back 3 decades. Just this week, I'll be commemorating the 25th anniversary of the Bosnia Dayton Accords. It could be worse. It could be better. But maybe we have the institutions in place now to work together to turn back what the real challenge is.
Well said. Steve Biegun, Deputy Secretary of State, what an honor and pleasure to be with you today. Thanks to you, and thanks to the Warsaw Security Forum. That concludes this session. Thank you, Steve.
Thank you, Dan. Great being with you.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you, Secretary of State. Thank you, Dan. What a fantastic session it was. Greetings from Warsaw. I would like to particularly wholeheartedly thank the IRI, which is our program partner, not only for this specific conversation, Dan, but more importantly for the support your organization is giving to democracies around the world. This is a very important topic for the Warsaw Security Forum, and we truly, truly are grateful for your support, also here in Central and Eastern Europe. And in this context, we move forward with the program. There will be 2 expert webinars coming up, and they focus on 2 countries that are Poland's eastern neighbors, Belarus and, of course, Russia. And it is particularly with a really great concern that we observe the events unfolding in Belarus, where we have a ruthless regime that is targeting innocent citizens each and every day. I am particularly honored that we will host at the road to Warsaw Security Forum Svetlana Tikhanovskaya, one of the most prominent opposition leaders in Belarus. The expert webinar we are about to hear about the EU's relation with Belarus is co-hosted with another of our really long-standing institutional partners, the Wilfred Martens Center for European Studies, and will be moderated by the center's policy director, a good friend of Poland and the Warsaw Security Forum, Roland Freudenstein. So stay tuned. In just a moment, we will join the expert panel on the burning borders, the future of EU relations with Belarus. We are back, and with no further delay, I would like to yield the floor to Roland. Roland, thank you so much for being with us again. Thank you to the Martin Center for all the support. We're looking forward to a fantastic discussion ahead of us. So the floor is yours, Roland.
Thanks, Kasia, and it's always great to be back to the Warsaw Security Forum, even if only, but I'm sure next year we'll make it up. And for the Martin Center, I can say that it's been fantastic to cooperate with you guys. So welcome to Burning Borders, the future of EU relations with Belarus. I couldn't imagine a more topical issue to discuss here. But I understand that before we continue with the debate, we are going to watch a video with Svetlana Tsikhanouskaya, who was supposed to be live with us online, but I think she's traveling in Sweden at the moment, and she has pre-recorded the following message. And I ask you to play that statement about the situation.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, I'm grateful for this opportunity to speak at the Road to Warsaw Security Forum about the current situation in Belarus, but also to share the vision of Belarus I stand for. I'm speaking here on behalf of Belarusian people fighting for dignity, freedom, and the right to choose their own government. I address you on behalf of my husband Sergei Tikhanovsky, YouTube blogger, who dreamed about free Belarus, ran for president but was jailed along with Viktor Babarika, Nikolai Statkevich, Pavel Severinets, Maxim Znak, Maria Kolesnikova, and thousands of others. I was the opposition candidate during so-called presidential elections. As you know, these elections were stolen from us. On August 9th, thousands of Belarus took to the streets. Our protest was and remains exclusively peaceful and non-violent. This protest intensified after the unprecedented use of force by the police against demonstrators and outrageous tortures of detainees. Repressions and human rights violations in Belarus took an unprecedented scale, affecting hundreds of thousands of people. The police regularly used rubber bullets, flashbangs, water cannons filled with paint, paper and tear gas without any necessity and violating proportional principle. The Ministry of Internal Affairs went so far as to state that they would use firearms against protesters if needed. According to the UN Special Rapporteur on the situation of human rights in Belarus, around 7,000 persons were detained only during the first 4 days of the protests. By today, this number reached almost 25,000. Since the start of the presidential election campaign till November 10, 2020, at least 4,700 persons were brought to administrative liability on political grounds. At least 850 persons have become suspects in politically motivated criminal cases. Out of them, 120 are recognized as political prisoners. 8 were killed. Last week, Belarus was shocked by the murder of Roman Bondarenko. Roman was trying to prevent plain-clothed police from removing our national symbols from the country yard of his own apartment block. After being barbarically beaten last Wednesday, he lapsed into a coma before being pronounced dead the day after. He passed away at the early age of 31. Last Sunday, hundreds of thousands of Belarusians came to the streets to commemorate Roman's death. Lukashenko's police brutally dispersed people. 1,100 people were detained. The People's Memorial dedicated to Roman was destroyed. It is evident the regime doesn't want to leave any evidence of its crimes. However, we will not let it avoid justice. Roman has died for free Belarus. Same as millions of Belarusians, he dreamed about the Belarus where human rights will be respected. The Belarus that will care about its citizens. The Belarus that will be respected in the world. I repeated many times, and I repeat again here, our revolution is not about geopolitics. This is not a decision between East and West. It's not pro-European or pro-Russian. It is pro-Belarusian. Needless to say, Belarus is a country in the heart of Europe which will always strive for peaceful and good relations with all its neighbors. Our struggle is about our dignity, the right of the people to choose their leader and their future. In the protest, in these painful moments of suffering, new Belarus has emerged. New Belarus the world has never seen before. Courageous stories and heroism of our workers, doctors, teachers, lawyers, IT professionals, scientists, journalists, writers, and activists have made the headlines and inspired many. We have opened a new chapter in our history, a perspective for a new Belarus engaged in a constructive dialogue with all its neighbors as a reliable and well-respected partner. In the new Belarus, we will not tolerate state violence and falsified elections. And we believe that free and fair elections are the gateway to this new country we are creating. The new Belarus will be based on the rule of law. We will ensure that political parties are represented in a democratic parliament. The new Belarus will remain sovereign, multilingual, and diverse. The new Belarus will be a prosperous country that can offer a future for Belarusians at home. Today, Belarus needs the support of the European Union. For 100 days in a row, we continue peaceful resistance in Minsk and regions. Many people lost their jobs, got jailed, fined, intimidated. Many of them are ready to fight till the end. I know that we will prevail, but we can't do it alone. This is why I'm standing for supporting Belarusian people and applying international pressure on Lukashenko. The individual sanctions against the Belarusian citizens involved in the election falsifications and political crackdown became an important first step by the EU. This list should be broadened. Economic sanctions should be considered. It is important to stop any international aid that goes to Lukashenko or state-owned companies. It's paramount that the EU countries participate in an international investigative mechanism of the human rights violations in the context of the presidential election and monitor the establishment of human rights, democracy, and the rule of law based on the recommendations made by the rapporteur under the OSCE Moscow mechanism. Belarusian civil society and media organizations are constantly being harassed and prosecuted by the authorities. The support of human rights defenders and civil society organizations promoting human rights and conducting fact-finding activities is crucial. European diplomats' presence in Belarus can make a great difference. I'm calling on your representatives to stay in the country and provide humanitarian support to those on the ground. European countries could also accept to host persons forced to leave Belarus due to persecution, provide assistance for their temporary protection, as well as for the treatment of injuries and trauma as a result of torture and ill treatment. I strongly believe that the current crisis in Belarus can be solved internally by Belarusians. However, we all know that without free Belarus, there is no free Europe. Support democracy and human rights. Call for a national dialogue and meditation. It's important for us. We have gone a long way and we are not turning back. Our country will never be the same. Belarus will be free. Long live Belarus! Живи Беларусь!
Indeed. Živě Belarus. Thank you, Svetlana Tsikhanouskaya. And before we even continue, we heard these moving words about Roman Bondarenko. And I propose that we now have a moment of silence to honor the memory of Roman Bondarenko, and then we continue with the debate. So just a moment. Thank you very much. All right, I promised you a panel of the best speakers I could imagine on this topic, and I will briefly introduce them, and then we'll have a first round of statements, and then we'll continue with back and forth, maybe follow-ups and question and answers from the audience. So I will start with Rasa Juknevičienė, from Lithuania, a former Minister of Defense and of National Defense, and now a member of the European Parliament in the EPP group, the center-right political family in the European Union. And next we have Katarzyna Szmacina, who is an associated analyst at the office of Svetlana Tsikhanouskaya that we've just heard. And last but by no means least, Sławomir Sirakowski from Poland, the founder of an eminent political magazine, Krytyka Polityczna, and also a senior fellow at the German Council on Foreign Relations. So welcome to our speakers, welcome to everyone who is listening. And without further ado, I would like to ask specific personalized questions to each of the panelists. And I would like to start with Rasa Juknevičienė, and ask you about, well, Lithuania's very strong involvement in the struggle for freedom and liberty in Belarus, together with Poland. I would like to ask you first, I mean, what are the main debates now in the European Union about relations to Belarus? And second, also, how could the future look like? We've heard that Svetlana Tsikhanouskaya talked considerably about the possibilities and options for the European Union. So the floor is yours, Rasa.
Thank you very much, first of all, for the invitation to this forum. And thank you, Roland, and thank President-elect Tsikhanouskaya for this powerful introductory speech and her leadership in people's struggle for taking back their country from the power grabber Lukashenko. It is indeed a crucial time for Belarus, decisive for its future. And for us here in Lithuania, it's very close to our hearts. We remember our fight 30 years ago, our singing revolution, and we see very similar revolution with very similar nice people in the streets of Minsk and other cities. And because, of course, it's very close to our hearts, maybe coming deeply centuries ago from our Commonwealth state, when we had, still we have a lot of common. And it's crucial time for the EU to demonstrate that it firmly stands on the side of the Belarus people, because human rights, democracy, rule of law are our common values, and the EU has to stand for them. This was our main message for our European colleagues from the very start. EU cannot remain silent when dictator steals elections from their people, puts political opponents in jail, beats and kills peaceful protesters such as Roman Bondarenko. All this happening in 21st century in Europe, just across the EU external border and in a very geographical center of European continent. When people are tortured, it is not the time for pragmatism or keeping open channels with the dictator, killer. We in Lithuania were among the first to put Lukashenko on the national Magnitsky sanctions list. This now has been also done by the EU. The EU is often criticized for slow reaction. That is due to many real factors and due to requirements in the Council on such issues and sanctions to be united. However, I must say that in this case, the EU is moving to a right direction. And I cannot remember so big unity, especially in European Parliament, when we adopted resolution on Belarus in the very beginning, and union among political groups. And of course, we Lithuanians, other Baltic states and Poland, as well as many colleagues in the European Parliament were vocal and proposed concrete actions. So what else can EU do? EU must support the initiative to bring all perpetrators of human rights violations, OMON, security officers, individuals in balaclavas to justice. That entails support for international investigations and collection of evidence by Belarus human rights and civil society organizations. Furthermore, EU must sanction those identified. At the time when there is no possibility for justice inside Belarus, the perpetrators can be brought to justice also in EU countries, based on a principle of universal jurisdiction. Second, we have proposed that European Parliament would constitute a fact-finding mission to pave a way for a high-level mission similar to that of Kwasniewski-Cox for Ukraine. This would help to map mediation needs for peaceful transition of power and for assisting the electoral process, as well as for identifying the needs of capacity building of the Coordination Council. Third, EU should support establishment of the representation office of Democratic Belarus here in Brussels. Finally, the EU should create support plan for Democratic Belarus. I believe it will happen. A kind of Marshall Plan for supporting future reforms and development of the country once Lukashenko is gone. These are just few ideas, but if implemented, the EU would have done a lot for helping people of Belarus to regain their dignity and freedom. People are waiting for that. It would be even more effective if these steps can be implemented in coordination and cooperation with our transatlantic allies, especially when the new government, new administration will take office. So, for your and ours freedom, Żywe Belarus.
Yeah, for those who might not know the historical allusion here, for your freedom and ours was the slogan of the Polish freedom fighters in the 19th century.
And Lithuanian and Belarus.
Right,
together.
Okay. There was also a German component somewhere having to do with 1848, but never mind. Okay, thank you very much. I think extremely important statements here. Additionally to the options that Svetlana Tsikhanouskaya already mentioned, and the idea of universal justice, I think, is extremely important. There's talk about a European Magnitsky Act. It might not be called like that in the end, but it certainly is something that is a discussion that was around before, but received a very strong boost because of the events in Belarus. So I'd like to turn now to Katsiaryna and ask her, we heard from Svetlana Tsikhanouskaya that this is not a geopolitical revolution and that the new Belarus wants to live in good neighborhood and friendship with all its neighbors. But it seems like Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin doesn't see it that way, that he thinks this is very much a geopolitical conflict. So can you explain to us the Russia angle in the whole thing? Over to you.
Greetings, happy to join this conversation. I think that when we talk about Russia's view on Belarus, the most realistic assessment is that Russia's policy towards Belarus is not set in stone in the current post-election crisis. In the sense that rhetorically, yes, Putin and overall Kremlin decision makers do support Lukashenko as a long-standing ally and sort of the ideologically close authoritarian-leaning leader. But in reality, we do not see actual steps that would support Belarusian current regime. And I think that Kremlin is calculating the options on whom to support in the longer run. And the situation is literally changing very dynamically during past month. And we can see those statements on these spokespersons from Kremlin that they do not support the demonstrants, or that they are pleased to see that the demonstrations sort of reduce in its scope. But at the same time, the statements on behalf of Kremlin decision makers are different, and they are not, and it doesn't mean that Putin would support Lukashenko in the longer run, because Moscow understands that now this person is now, I mean, Lukashenko is sort of toxic and he lost legitimacy, and that in the longer term, he won't last his whole presidential term unless Moscow supports him. And it makes sense for Kremlin leadership to support some sort of transition of power to a new leadership, and not least to the factor that it is known that personal relations between Lukashenko and Putin are not at its best. And again, for Kremlin looking forward, it might make sense to support some sort of transition of power. But also in the Kremlin rationale, they understand that supporting, obviously, explicitly, the democratic transition of power poses the risks for Russia, for losing Belarus at some point, and for Belarus sort of pivoting to the West. That's the question they might ask. And also to the extent that this democratic change in Belarus could spike some protest moods inside Russia. But at the same time, something that democratic leadership among the Belarusian democratic forces, they are trying to communicate to Russia, is that they do not want to cut ties with Russia overnight, not to, they intend to review the existing treaties, but not to cut those ties. And also what the democratic forces are trying to do on behalf of the Coordination Council and Svetlana Tikhanovskaya team is to reach out to the decision makers in Kremlin and to explain their policy agenda and their scenarios for the transfer of power, to present it in a way that the democratic forces do not pose a direct threat to Russia's interests in the region. And so far, those efforts have not been successful yet. But again, the democratic forces are making those efforts by trying to organize expert discussions, also inviting Russian experts who then could communicate those messages to Kremlin, also speaking broadly to Russian media to explain this agenda of the Belarusian democratic leadership to the broader Russian audience, to essentially explain to them that we are not radicals or some sort of threat to the neighbor country, and that we want a democratic, peaceful change domestically and not more than that. And I would say that Kremlin, based on the sort of the insider information, sometimes linked to the media and to some sort of back channel communications, again, the policy toward Belarus is not set in stone. It could seem on the rhetorical level that there is a direct support for Lukashenko, but this could change. And also, there are some initiatives that the Russian pro-Russian political parties emerge or try to organize or emerge in Belarus, trying to organize those like pro-Russian political movements in Belarus. But to this extent, this poses a threat to the current situation in Belarus, how this could interplay, whether there would be some sort of scenarios of Russian intervention in that regard.
Thank you, Katsiarena. I want to briefly come back on this point of the spirit of democracy maybe jumping from Belarus into Russia, because it seems to me one of the most interesting aspects of this complex Russian-Belarusian relationship. And I mean, my personal speculation would be that this is the biggest fear of Vladimir Putin, much bigger than the geopolitical one. I mean, he knows, and he not only hears from the Democrats in Belarus, but he also knows they wouldn't join NATO in the foreseeable future. So I think the real fear and the real dilemma of Putin is how can he organize or support some kind of transition without looking like he's giving in to the Democrats. I mean, we're not here to give advice to Vladimir Putin, but can you imagine that he pulls this off somehow? You know, of installing a crony, installing someone friendly to the Kremlin who is accepted by the Democrats in Belarus?
I would say that none of the current leaders of the democratic forces in Belarus run on anti-Russian sentiments. And none of those call to cut ties abruptly with Russia. And they understand the importance of geographic approximation of Russia and also the importance of the cultural and other ties. And again, this is the message those forces are trying to communicate directly to Kremlin and also through media and other like expert channels. And there are interesting scenarios that pop up in Russian media, such as Kommersant, when they talk about supporting some political figures, including, for instance, Viktor Babarika, who could be a compromise solution both for Kremlin and for Belarusian democratic leadership. Those who, again, like for the Kremlin won't see as a direct threat. So I would say that.
Okay, thank you. Let me now turn to Sławomir Sierakowski, who has actually extensively covered the protests and the Belarusian revolution in the last couple of weeks, ever since August, I believe. Sławek, what are your takeaways from this amazing development that, you know, I mean, hardly anyone before summer this year outside of Belarus ever expected something like this to happen. So can you describe us your personal impressions and takeaways? You have to unmute.
Of course. Yeah, so I followed the events in Minsk, but I also traveled around Belarus just to make sure that it's not about the metropoles, it's also about the province. And I realized that there is like multiple opinions, which is actually specific for the country when there is still no party system. I think after elections, Lukashenko really united Belarusians. Before, I think he could count on around maybe 20% of voters. Now maybe just a half of it at most. I met many Belarusians that said, well, till Sunday I was for Lukashenko, but what happened after that like really took me away from him. So, well, I hope that Belarusians are the inspiration for entire world. I think everybody fell in love in Belarusians, also in the very hard time for liberal democracy. Of course, we hope we have Joe Biden now in charge of the United States, but even there we see how strongly still supported is all the illiberal tendencies, even in the fatherland or motherland of liberal democracy as Great Britain or the United States. how hard is the transition of power even there. So, and of course, I'm Polish, so I really know what I'm talking about. We and Belarus are going in exactly the opposite directions. I'm happy that Lithuania plays this leading role if Poland cannot play it because of this ambiguous situation. We cannot teach liberal democracy today. I'm happy that Lithuania can do it. And well, Belarusians really impressed everybody because of, and I think it's a part of world history now because of the creativity of this protest, how it is evolving, because of the self-discipline, which is absolutely unusual. Maybe first of all because of the role of women, not only on the opposition side, like at the formal opposition side. I mean, Maria Kolesnikova, whom I met, I'm really impressed by this lady. I think she's gonna be the next prime minister of Belarus. But also by just the regular women who are just the most brave people in Belarus. And how intelligent is this protest? And I think what Katarina said, it's a very good example of it, like geopolitically intelligent. And I'm talking about the regular people that you can find on the streets. No Russian, anti-Russian slogans, no even European flags. Like Belarusians gave no argument for anybody to criticize them. Like, no, they did not give any argument to Russia, to Kremlin, and they did not put any unrealistic expectations to EU, which was also very, very important. I was, of course, covering every day for the multiple media, Polish and international, from Minsk, but I tried to analyze the geopolitical situation, talking every day or every second day with Donald Tusk, Adam Michnik, Radek Sikorski, Timothy Snyder, exactly asking the same question, like what would be the attitude of Russia? And I fully support what Katarina said. I think Lukashenko is not a, it's one of the most hated persons in Kremlin. Like, he's perceived as the poster child of the lie. He's just a liar. 26 years he was lying to Kremlin about everything. He promised the Russian ruble in Belarus. He promised like everything to Russians, and in the way from Moscow to Minsk, he used to always forget about what he promised. So I imagine, and I know because I also read the Russian press, that Russia never prepared any plan for invasion. Usually the propaganda comes first. There was no anti-Belarusian propaganda in Russian media at the beginning of August, in the mid-August. Like, Russia has an alternative and thinks about alternatives when it comes to who can be in charge of Belarus. And also, don't forget, we have Ukrainian example, and it's not the best experience as for Russians, but we have also the Georgia, Moldova, Armenia example. So Russia can accept democratic party in charge of Belarus that would respect the strategic interests. And I think Belarusian, from children to Svetlana Tsikhanouska, understand it really well and accept it. Nobody fights with this. There is no conflict. Maybe this was actually also very inspiring. There was no conflict at all during this entire protest for 100 days. No broken glass. Nobody was shouting on nobody during the protest. This is unusual. It never happens. Usually, the problem is with liberal democracies, not only these illiberal tendencies, but how opposition behaves, how usually disintegrated it is, how hard it is to find a common agenda. This was not a problem in Belarus. So I think like we should really have everybody as many takeaways from Belarus as is possible if we want to support liberal democracy everywhere in the world.
Thank you. Thanks, Slavek. I would like to leave some time for debate, obviously. And we're going to start with a Q&A from the audience in a minute. But I understand that we have one pre-recorded question concerning the role of women that Slavek already briefly mentioned, but we could discuss more about this. And I would like to ask our organizers to play that question now.
My name is Kinga Klaudia Wilczko and I come from Poland. I'm the recent participant in the Academy of Young Diplomats. My question is the following. Patriarchy is deeply institutionalized in Belarus and the current revolution undoubtedly has the female face. Do you believe that Belarusian society is ready for women to take over leadership? And do you believe that this is the new era of Belarusian politics which will end the Euroscepticism so broadly and openly spread by the state-influenced television?
Thank you for that question, Kinga. Excellent point. Actually, it reminds me of the headline in a German newspaper when Angela Merkel announced that she would at some point not run for chancellor anymore. And the headline was, "Is Germany ready for a male chancellor?" So I would like to turn to our two ladies on the panel and then to Slavek with this question of the female component. We start with Rasa.
I have to mute. Yes, of course, it's visible in European Parliament during the discussions on resolution on Belarus. It was mentioned several times, and it is really very impressive, because frankly speaking, when we look to the east, it's manpower mainly prevails everywhere. Very strong men are leaders of the countries. But today is not the case. And Belarus women are they did very well job. And I don't think that people in Belarus were looking at them only because they are, it was so important that women or not women, but it was so naturally. It came so naturally to Belarus revolution with those especially symbolically three ladies. But it's also, I speak from Lithuania now, and today we speak about new government, about new prime minister. We will have women prime minister. We will have also 50-50 our new government in my country. The same look to Moldova. In Moldova, Maya Sandu won election against very powerful and little bit, sorry to say, Soviet-style men. So it is time came, and of course, as first women Minister of Defense, I am very happy that this ISIS we broke these all these possible ceilings, and that is very important, of course, to see that the society is with both sides together. I would not say that only women. For me, it's very important to have both sides, men and women, together in the society doing the same important job, because this is what I already mentioned. Human rights, democracy, rule of law, it's our common values in European continent. So Belarus women, they didn't ask permission to come. They just took flags, flowers, they and went to the streets.
Indeed, thank you, Rasa. One of the earliest memes that I heard after August was in fact someone in the someone of the regime people commenting upon the possibility of a female president and saying that this cannot happen because the presidential palace doesn't even have a ladies' toilet. So, Katerina, what is your take on this issue? Is Belarus ready for female leaders?
I like how the question was framed. It referred to the deeply rooted patriarchy in Belarusian society, which is the case. And the polls, public opinion polls conducted in the previous years that show that the Belarusians give the preference to a male candidate rather than a female presidential candidate. And it is a good question whether, following the stereotypes, people would have voted for, let's say, Svetlana Tikhanovskaya or any other leader candidate compared to a man if other frontrunners were present in the race, due to, again, to the stereotypes. And here, during this campaign, a woman jumped into political arena. I mean, Svetlana Tikhanovskaya and other female leaders, Maria Kolesnikova, Veronika Tsepkala, they had to seize the opportunity, not because it was given to them, but they have to act in a very strict environment and to decide very quickly. And they showed that they are able to be leaders. And in some cases, they became even more successful compared to their predecessors who were men, who were organizing, let's say, like street protests in the previous years, or those male opposition leaders in the previous years who were stuck in the quarrels instead of organizing efficiently in one united political bloc. And again, women seized this opportunity and did this successfully. And now, over this past month of the protest movement, no one would ask the question again whether a woman can be a leader of Belarus and take leadership positions in Belarus, because this new vision is ingraining in the public perception. And so this is yet another achievement of the female leadership, which has consequences not only for the political life in Belarus, but for other aspects of our society.
Okay, thank you. A brief question to Slavek. You mentioned Ms. Kolesnikova as a possible next prime minister. Well, very simply, is she acceptable to Vladimir Putin? Unmute, please.
Really don't think that Lukashenko is unacceptable. Lukashenko is like the necessary, as long as it must be Lukashenko. But Putin really doesn't have a big esteem for Lukashenko. As for Maria Kolesnikova, well, somebody said here that I can't remember who, probably it was you, that you said that it's probably the strongest fear that the change in Belarus. I think the biggest fear of Putin is about Russians, not about Belarus. So whenever you hear Putin saying something about Belarus, he first interpreted through Russia, because this is his first field of concern. So he can accept Maria Kolesnikova as long as Maria Kolesnikova won't challenge the main Russian interest, and as long as it works in concerning the relation between Putin and Russian society. So I can imagine it. I was rather talking about her features. She's just well prepared. She's smart. She's a very good speaker. She's strong. She's determined. So she would be the leader, the very good leader, the very good prime minister in any country you can imagine. But what I would like to add one point concerning the role of women in Belarus. This is, I'm not sure that we can call it political revolution, because we still don't have a change of power. But I'm sure it's a social revolution or cultural revolution that happened in Belarus, and women plays a very important role when there is a crisis during the protest. There was a moment when protest was falling down after this first 3 days, when they were torturing people, shooting to people. This was August 13th. And then came women spontaneously, 10,000 of them on the streets. Nobody expected it. And whenever the crisis is happening again, women came first. So I think this is the most important role of women in Belarus.
Okay, thank you. Let me now turn to a couple of other questions that we got from the audience, but also I'd like to remind you of the online poll that is available on the topic of our debate here. Okay, so here's a question to Katerina. Are you going to change your tactics, you meaning the Democrats, obviously, are you going to change your tactics as the current tactics don't seem to bring you closer to your main goal? Yeah, I just drop this on you.
If someone has a good solution for the current crisis and for the tactics suggestions, then please go ahead, suggest them. I would say that we already have one achievement of the current protest. It is that first, domestically, it is visible the situation is at the point of no return, and the Belarusians are determined to change the situation inside the country. And also the protest, and particularly its peaceful and continuous manner of the protest, makes the international community to take us seriously, to the extent that there are talks about possibility of OSCE mediation, calls for the solutions under Moscow mechanisms, such as initiating the universal jurisdiction principles, etc. And then the way the Belarusian democratic forces, including Svetlana Tikhanovskaya, are invited to speak at international forums, to meet with leaders, particularly in Europe, and they are taken seriously and listened to their positions, how they see the change, how the possible scenarios for the transfer of power, what international community, including EU, can do to facilitate this change in Belarus. So we are already succeeding to a certain degree. And at the same time, given this nature of the authoritarian regime, which was consolidating its powers and resources for so many years, and the way the regime relies so much on fear, oppression, and the Siloviki structures who maintain control over many levels of society and keep them in fear, I won't expect fast solutions, and I won't expect that this system would collapse overnight. And what we need to prepare for, there is this long spread aphorism comparison that this is not a sprint, this is a marathon. And in that regard, I would say like we're doing good in terms of time frame and sort of working according to the plan. Of course, there is a problem that the Belarusian democratic leadership is forced to work from the exile, and anyone who becomes more or less visible, able to consolidate political powers, or like the opposition, anyone who becomes visible inside Belarus among the opposition, he or she is targeted and facing prosecution very quickly. So this makes a problem on how to lead the protest and how to communicate effectively with the people on the ground. But we are doing the best we can. I mean, both the Tikhanovskaya team, the Coordination Council, and those courageous people inside the country.
Thanks, Katerina. Before we continue with another question, I would like to follow up on what you just said. You mentioned it's going to be a marathon. And I remember that since 9th of August, there have been several instances when it seemed like the first cracks were visible in the power structure. When ambassadors defected, basically. Recently, we had this replacement of civilian administrators by soldiers, by military officers. All these were taken as signs at different occasions that the regime is slowly crumbling. Can you give us an overview of how far do you see this process now, and what are the most dramatic signs in your eyes for the cracks appearing in the regime?
So the most visible crack inside the Belarusian society is that the Belarusians, again, crossed this point of no return, not getting back to normal, not obeying, not following the rules of this regime. And the protest mood is so strong, again, according to the recent polls, independent polls, is that people are ready to protest and to keep up with the protest, no matter how long it takes. And the protest doesn't mean that people need to and will continue showing up on the street every week, because it has enormous cost, personal cost, for being beaten, etc., and intimidated. But people go on sort of the covert strikes or some sort of like these sabotage techniques from inside. And also when we question why the nationwide workers' strike didn't happen on a large scale, or why the Siloviki did not resign massively, we should not we should take into consideration that the cost of doing so is very high, because people expose themselves, and there are reports that some workers who went on strike, they were forced, intimidated by special services. They had to leave the country literally the same day they announced the strike. We have horrifying reports from witnesses that those Siloviki who did resign, they were detained and tortured even with more cruelty than other detainees among the protesters. So I won't blame those people who do not sort of like resign publicly, but there is this growing dissatisfaction with the regime, and the more cruelties happen and the more injustice happens just during the following like recent days with the death of Roman Bondarenko, and the way the authorities treat the way people try to commemorate his memory, the way we disperse those people who showed up on the street on that day, this causes even more dissatisfaction among people.
Thank you. We're running a little bit short of time now. So I with your permission, Katerina, I take this as your final remark already. And I'd like to turn to our two other panelists here. Maybe first Sławek, and can you give us one message for how the European Union should look at this, and what could we personally do, normal citizens? And you have to really unmute yourself.
Yep, a lot. You can do a lot, really, and not necessarily thinking geopolitically, but thinking very practically. If you want Belarusian workers to strike, you can take part in it, supporting solidarity funds. If you want Oman people to leave Oman, there is another fund that you can support. So you don't need to be just a fan of Belarusians. You can take part in this protest. If you want independent media to inform you and inform Belarusians about what is going on in the country, support them. And there is a very interesting paradox in Belarus. Well, independent media are still independent when it comes to costs, but our mainstream media, when it comes to the readership or the reach, if you want to create independent TV in Poland, like to support democratic opposition, you have to pay, I don't know, $1 billion.
Sławek, I'm really, really sorry.
Okay,
I have to give Rasa the opportunity. 1 minute, last word to you. Unmute yourself, please. Please unmute. Yeah.
I will say some words geopolitically. I think that Belarus people are doing history today for the whole European continent. Russians are following very carefully what's going on. And myself, I think then that in my lifetime, I will see not only Belarus democratic, but Russia itself also different and friendly country to other European countries, because people will do that.
Indeed. Thank you so much for saying what I would have said otherwise. So you took the words right out of my mouth. Thank you all for speaking about this eminently important and topical issue of Belarus, its democrats, and the EU relation with Belarus. Thank you, Katerina. Thank you, Sławek. Thank you, Rasa. And thank you, the organizers. Kasia, I hand over to you.
Thank you so much, Roland. We also very much appreciate not only the wonderful discussion, a lot of very insightful comments, but also the last comment on the question of Russia, because that's exactly where we will be heading now with our next webinar. But before we do that, I wanted still to share with you the results of the poll. So stay with me for a moment. Here is the question we've asked our audience. Around 50 people participated in this poll. And the question is, has the EU done enough in helping the Belarusian civil society in facing the Lukashenko regime? Only 4% said yes, 87% said no, and 8% said, I don't know. So I think this is very conclusive. I think our audience, our participants, our leaders truly believe that we are not doing enough. And what Svetlana Tsikhanouskaya said today, that we need to be much more resilient, we need to be more united in supporting the Belarusian civil society, that holds very true. So thank you, Roland and the Martin Center, for this wonderful session. And we move on now to a session devoted to Russia risk calculus in the late Putin era. And this is a session that we are going to co-host together with the George Marshall European Center for Security Studies. It will be moderated by Dr. Grim Hurd from the center, and of course with a great lineup of experts on Russia and on what's happening today, not only on the Kremlin, but also throughout Russia itself. So stay tuned, we'll be back in just a moment.
What do I click? Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us for this panel entitled Russian Risk Calculus in the Late Putin Era. We're going to start with 3 rounds of questions before we go to discussion questions. And the first question really is, how, in your view, does Putin calculate and understand risk? And if I could begin with Sergei Guriev. Sergei, could you address that question, looking at the role or the relationship between economic factors and risk and how it's calculated in Russia? Thank you. Sergei.
Thank you, Graham. Thanks for inviting me to the forum. It's indeed a very important issue how Putin perceives economic developments in Russia. And I think by now, Putin and his team have built a reasonably safe macroeconomic environment. Russian macroeconomic framework is reasonably stable. You shouldn't expect any macroeconomic volatility anytime soon, even though oil price can go up and down. Russia has sovereign wealth fund. Russia has shown that if it faces the trade-off between losing human lives during the epidemic and spending these rainy day funds, Russia chooses to preserve the rainy day funds, even though the mortality from COVID has gone up. And in that sense, Russia doesn't face major macroeconomic risks. Russia also doesn't face an upside risk of acceleration of growth. This is very important. So all promises that Russia suddenly will catch up with the world economy, starts growing at growth rates that are higher than global economy's growth rates. Nobody believes that anymore. And actually, Russian government in July, Mr. Putin himself signed a decree saying all promises I made for 2024 are now promises for 2030. And in that sense, nobody expects Russian economy suddenly to accelerate. And in that sense, nobody expects miracles, but also nobody expects disasters. And the calculus doesn't really depend on economic performance. What though matters is there any kind of nuclear option in terms of sanctions? Can the West introduce sanctions that would punish the Russian economy so badly that this macroeconomic stability will be destroyed? And the short answer is no. In realistic terms, the West probably will not use the sanctions of Iranian level. Russian financial system is sufficiently stable. Oil embargo is very unlikely. And in that sense, economic factors don't really play a major role in risk calculations. But if you ask me if Putin has become more risk averse or less risk averse, I think this is something that we will discuss later. But if you just try to figure out if economics really matters, it does matter, but there is no change in coming years that may play a major role in the risk calculus.
Thank you so much. That's interesting. Yeah, the rainy day fund. So planning prudently for the risk of a larger risk in the future maybe is the factor there. Zhana, could I turn to you, Nemtsova? Could you please look at the same question, but with regards to the role relationship between internal stability, maybe regime security and notions of that, and risk? Thank you.
Thank you very much for having me today. Happy to see everybody online. So directly to your question, I actually tried to prepare myself for this discussion and I put down some risk factors, but I had to expand this list and to add more factors because of recent laws that were introduced by Vladimir Putin. So first of all, of course, they take it very seriously. They take protests very seriously, both inside the country, and you can see ongoing protests in Khabarovsk that are related to Furgal, who was detained. It's a major concern, of course, for the government, and of course, protests in neighboring countries, mainly in Slavic countries like Ukraine and Belarus. I think that they are not that concerned with, for example, with the revolution that happened in Romania two years ago, or what has recently happened in Kyrgyzstan. I think that these Slavic countries are closer to Putin's heart. So I would like to elaborate on what Sergei has just mentioned. I do agree with Sergei that on the macroeconomic level, everything seems to be quite stable. But I would like to say that because of low oil prices, and everybody knows that Russia still relies heavily on the oil and gas exports and on commodities prices, Russia has fewer funds to expand governmental expenditure. And so it might become a bigger risk if economic downturn persists. So the government won't be able to meet people's needs. It can lead to social discontent and to some protests which are related to economic hardships. Third, that's very weird. You know that in Russia there are elections which are orchestrated. These are fraudulent elections, and we are going to have parliamentary elections in 2021. And it's a source of great concern for Putin and his government. It's very strange. And the problem is with Navalny's smart vote. They don't know what to do with this smart vote, and they perceive it as one of the main challenges. So, and they have recently introduced a bunch of laws trying to restrict Navalny's smart vote. So they want actually to label all candidates who are supported by Navalny as foreign agents. Quite strange. They want to restrict campaigning in the internet, and they want to make it virtually impossible to organize street protests. So orchestrated elections are perceived as a risk. Internet, so there are no news about internet. They're trying to control the internet. They introduced a bunch of laws. I don't want to elaborate on it a lot, but actually they are not that efficient in doing that. And you all remember who follow Russia, governmental failure to block Telegram Messenger. So, but I still think that they won't give up on these efforts to restrict internet, and they use other tools to restrict the spread of information in internet. First, they criminally persecute people for tweets, retweets, posts, and things like that. And of course, they put pressure on providers in Russia. And today, I also added 2 hours ago non-governmental educational programs. So they're preparing a major crackdown on independent education. So as I'm running the Warsaw Foundation, we are doing a lot educational programs. We are doing the Summer School of Journalism. We are planning to do more next year. And I'm a bit worried with that because they're going to have another law to regulate these non-governmental educational programs. And that's it, I think. 5 factors.
Yes, I've written them down. Great, thank you so much. We'll move now to Celeste Wallander. Celeste, could you please address the same question? How do you view Putin calculates and understands risk with relationships to, if you like, external factors, which I know is a rather wide basket?
That's a great question, and thank you to the organizers. Sorry to not be in Warsaw, but wonderful to be able to participate. Thanks for including me. I think I would distinguish between strategic risk and tactical risk, strategic or political risk. And I think there you did see the Kremlin, the Putin leadership, accepting greater risk in a number of interventions in recent years, especially in Ukraine, where the risk of failure was great. Obviously, the risk of damaging political relationships with the United States and especially with Europe was very great. In Syria, we're similarly going against the grain of the UN and international law. It was managed well, but it was a pretty substantial risk. And of course, the 2016 interference in the US presidential elections, going after the heart of what it is, sort of American national interests and who we are and how we see ourselves and our security and safety. But since then, I don't think that the interventions that we've seen the Kremlin engage in have been similarly so risk acceptant. For example, the intervention in Libya, problematic, but it's very murky. There is a recognized government, but there's a lot of different groups on the ground with different interests. It was less straightforward, I think, in Libya. Syria, since the original intervention, the international community ended up not holding Russia to account for supporting the Assad regime and its brutal civil war. And in particular, the US 2018 and 2020 elections did not see a similar type of strategic risk, a full-out multi-element effort to intervene in the election. So the difference, I think, is that what we saw in Ukraine and Syria in particular, and in Georgia in 2008 too, you could look back to that one, was a perception in the Kremlin that it was facing serious national security losses. Now, I don't accept that frame either. I don't accept that frame. I don't think that the Russian year abroad is a sphere of influence of Russia at all, but the Kremlin sees it that way. And similarly, they framed Assad's Syria as being a matter of preventing color revolution and regime change, and therefore about stopping the United States from doing something that the Kremlin most fears, that the United States is engaged in a strategy of color revolution, regime change, ultimately targeted on Moscow. And so the Kremlin has shown itself willing to accept greater strategic risk when it perceives loss and opportunity at the same time. But always the tactical risks are very well managed. The exception, again, I think, was Ukraine in the Donbass, not Crimea. Crimea was very, very low tactical risk given Russia's military advantages. The Donbass was riskier, but even that was managed very, very carefully, with the notable exception of the tragic shooting down of MH17, which then the Kremlin pulled back from that kind of risky tactical operations. And I could go through a bunch of examples. But the reason it's important to understand the difference between strategic political risk and Kremlin behavior and tactical risk is that the West has tools to raise tactical risk and raise the costs and the uncertainty of intervention. And this has been at the core, for example, of NATO's renewed military strategy and planning, and the European Reassurance Initiative and the European Defense Initiative that's been at the core of NATO planning over the last few years. Defense, disruption, and deterrence works. If you raise the costs and you raise the uncertainty that the Kremlin will be able to manage tactical risks, it often is deterred, more careful, and more hesitant. And we saw that in the 2020 US elections as well. I won't get into in great detail, but the US did take actions at a tactical level to raise the costs, to disrupt action, and to make it very difficult for the Kremlin to control the ability to intervene at acceptable cost with low risk. Finally, I'll come back to the issue of strategic risk and the examples that are on everyone's mind right now, Belarus and Nagorno-Karabakh. I think what you've seen is a pullback from even strategic risk in those cases. A slower managing, certainly a very skillful political managing of political intervention in both cases, but a unwillingness to jump in and shape events and instead try to manage those events in a way that didn't require direct intervention. So from this, I wouldn't rule out, and I'm not ruling out that if Belarus were to spin out of control, that military intervention is off the table. I think it's very much on the table. But we've seen a greater patience and unwillingness to commit to a course of action, which I think goes back to the concerns at home, in the economy, and in the political system, and in the issue of Russia's domestic challenges that has led the Kremlin, again, I'm not arguing it would not be willing to intervene, but it is more careful on the level of strategic risk now in foreign policy. And we've even seen that in the willingness of President Putin, for example, to not jump into criticizing President-elect Biden, neither during the campaign when he was still former Vice President Biden, nor now that the US election is over. There is a caution in dealing with the United States, which gives us, the West, Europe and the United States, an opportunity to manage the Russian challenge going forward.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much for that, Celeste. Great answer, tactical and strategic, and essentially 2008, 14, 15, greater strategic risk and now less strategic risk going forward. And maybe with the exception of prospect theory in Belarus, it's still the jury's out on the law enforcement reserve force and what triggers that as an intervention. Okay, I'll move to the second question. This is an open question and feel free to answer it as you like. It's really, well, I think Celeste has already answered it actually in her answer, but do you see an evolution towards greater recklessness or more risk-averse strategic behavior? Some have argued, for example, China's presence in the Arctic mitigates risk and generally in the Balkans and all over Europe is a factor Russia has to take into account and stops maybe the militarization of certain policies. So it's a really open question. We'll maybe start with Sergei again. How would you address that one, Sergei?
Thanks. I will not repeat what Celeste has said, but I fully agree that the last year or two we've seen a standoff, careful approach to many issues where 5 or 8 years ago the Kremlin would probably be more aggressive. And we saw indeed that Kyrgyzstan, you can qualify it as a color revolution. The Kremlin has done nothing. In Belarus, as Celeste said, Kremlin so far has exercised caution. And in South Caucasus, we've also seen Kremlin being very, very cautious, as well as Celeste has said, in Libya and Syria. Things in 2015 would probably play out differently than today. And one of the things which I would like to mention, since it's related to the economy, and this is also related to internal politics, economy is not growing, so the rainy day fund stays where it is for the next round of problems, probably. And so you have a budget constraint, and you have to make people around you happy. So your friends, your oligarchs, your lieutenants have to stay happy. And sanctions pressure against those people is quite costly. These people are unhappy, and so you need to compensate this unhappiness somehow. But then you need to take money from taxpayers, and taxpayers are also unhappy because their incomes are not growing. So eventually this overall economic stagnation is costly. And part of this cost is due to sanctions deterrence. And I think this is something which should not be underestimated. The pressure on Putin's friends essentially is a problem for Putin. And these people are unhappy when they're sanctioned by the US or Europe, and especially when they're sanctioned by both. And in that sense, that creates additional caution, because part of the deterrence is the sanctions against his close circle, which means you need to tax the pensioners, and pensioners become unhappy. In that sense, there is additional caution around there. Now, a couple of events we didn't mention that some people identify as evidence that Putin is taking risk, which is Salisbury and Navalny, the use of chemical weapons. I think these are not actually pieces of evidence that Putin is more risk-loving. It's just a mishap of operational at the operational level. I think if everything went according to the plan, Skripals would just die of natural causes, and we would never think about this as a problem for Putin. And Navalny would die of a natural cause, and we would never see that as a special operation and the use of chemical weapons. And it's just an event where things didn't go according to the plan. And maybe these events are rare. Maybe a lot more people somehow were targets of successful operations. It's just we don't know about them. Celeste and her former colleagues in intelligence services probably know much more than I do regarding this. But I would not say that 2018 events in Salisbury or 2020 events in Siberia around Navalny testify that Putin is taking more risks. Now, as I said, as economy is stagnating and as sanctions pressure is increasing, probably he's in a cautious mode and doesn't want to take too many risks because the costs are indeed growing.
Thank you for that. Maybe, Celeste, I can pick up with you on the tactical risk issue. And is it a factor when you mentioned Libya, and now Sergei's just mentioned Navalny and the Skripals as a tactical 2018-2020 type events, that the greater maybe the understanding in the Kremlin that these operations are deniable and anyway low cost, the more risk you can take. You can actually take risk at the tactical level because of that veneer of deniability, and you can fail often if it's low cost.
Well, I think the veil of deniability is definitely an element of willingness to take these actions. And I would also put something completely different into this, which is the reports that as yet still not 100% confirmed that the Russian military intelligence offered bounties to the Taliban for dead American soldiers. There is definitely an operational modality, especially that the GRU, but also Russian intelligence services, which are these days Russian political leadership, exercises to get away with operations like this, understanding that part of the game in the international system is about status, reputation, and so if you can do things without it being clear that you did it, you gain the advantage of action without that strategic political cost. And therefore, I think the West being able to expose what I call the implausible deniability of these operations is really important, because it denies that it does lead to a political cost, which we've seen especially in the case of the Navalny poisoning. I mean, that I really believe that the Kremlin was caught by surprise. That wasn't a balanced risk and they decided it was worth it. They did not expect that to get exposed, and they did not expect Germany in particular to have the evidence that it had that led to its conclusions. So I think the risk aversion is still there, but again, I would just emphasize risk aversion does not mean not acting. Risk aversion often affects how the action takes place. And that is something to think about when you think about deterrence and managing and disrupting malign Russian activities.
Yep, excellent, thank you. And the Navalny issue, I guess, is maybe it was a tactical operation, but had strategic implications. So cause and effect it's not linear. It can be non-linear in this case, which is difficult to calculate, I guess, if you don't expect it. Jana, could I pose the same question, please, to you? Do we see greater recklessness or more risk-averse behavior, perhaps in how Russia rather than what Russia does in terms of strategic behavior or tactical? Thank you.
I will give a bold judgment. I think that Putin doesn't have a strategy, and he acts tactically all the way during his time in office. And I think that it's hugely misleading to search for rationale in his actions. And I think that the West has been looking for this for a number of years. And in my opinion, it is a mistake. And Putin lives in his own world, and he has his own logic, and you cannot understand it with a usual toolbox. And I want just to illustrate my point with the examples which have been already discussed here. One is what happened to Alexei Navalny. Alexei Navalny was poisoned in Siberia. But why? Why now? Where is the answer to this question? So I don't think that there is a lot of logic behind Navalny's poisoning. And I think actually it was highly personal motivation to attack Navalny. Probably Putin didn't like some of his words. And if you look at my father was killed 5 years ago. Why? My father was not that prominent, actually, yes, in Russia. And I think that the reason, the trigger why my father was killed was his, I would say, not really critical, but a bit insulting public assessment of Putin. And Putin didn't like his words. And that's how all happened to my father. So, and second thought is that sometimes things go wrong. It was the case with Navalny, but actually the government knows how to manage these challenges inside our country. Still, Russia, the main source of information for Russians is television, and it's over national control. The state controls all major national television stations, and they just throw a lot of different awkward pieces of information about everything. The topic doesn't matter. It might be it Ukraine, be it coronavirus, be it Navalny, be it my father, and they're confusing people, and people do not understand. So when they make a mistake, they can internationally it's harder to cover it, but inside the country it's easy. And I know people who have high education, and they believe that Navalny was not poisoned, but he did it on purpose to be able to flee Russia and to live in Berlin. Yes, and they believe it because it's all confusing. It's how he manages these risks. And second, of course, he discredits all people who are exposing corruption, who are exposing abuse of power, or who are generally critical of his leadership. So to sum it up, I don't see any strategy. I think that you cannot predict what is next for Putin, and these calculations are quite irrelevant. He can do anything.
Thanks, Jana. Yeah, some people say a vision, but not a strategy. It's all tactics, opportunism, and manual control. And that's certainly operational code, instrumental beliefs maybe come into that. So thanks so much. We have some questions actually from the audience. So I'll go to a couple of the questions and we'll end with the so what question. You know, what are the implications of understanding, or how does understanding Russian strategic or risk calculus help external states when interacting with Russia, preserve their national interest values and avoid escalation, miscalculation risks? So we'll end with that question, but I'll go now to one from Robert Bag, who is a journalist at Deutschlandfunk, the German national radio. And he asks, who could be the next Russian president under the control of the then lifetime senator, Vladimir Putin, blessed with immunity? So I guess the legislation going through the Duma right now in terms of immunity from prosecution once you're a president, but also there's legislation on Putin standing or being able to stand for 2 more terms. So maybe we could start with Celeste on that question. And we'll end with you, Jana, and then we'll go to Sergei. Celeste.
Well, I don't think Putin's going anywhere. I don't think I think that's the reason for all of this. We could get deep into, you know, the dictator's dilemma. I mean, Putin's not really a dictator, but what happens in authoritarian regimes is you can't leave, because especially in corrupt authoritarian regimes where power is based on money, corruption, and corruption is based on power, access to government, you risk losing everything, and we're seeing that play out. And attempts to, it's kind of strangely charming to change the constitution to try to solve a problem that's fundamental to a country that it doesn't operate by the rule of law. So, I mean, I generally assume that Putin will be around for at least those 2 terms. And so that's sort of, and most in the leadership don't want him to go, because the problem is that whoever wins, then everyone else loses. There'll be a redistribution of the pie and power, and, you know, a reshaping of the clans. So I'm not really good at guessing who that might be. My working assumption is we're dealing with Putinism, maybe late Putinism, maybe less effective Putinism, maybe less strategic Putinism. I take what Jana says very seriously. But I don't worry too much about, and I'm sorry to not be able to answer the question because I don't worry too much about it, or I think it'll happen so far off, it'll be someone we are not even seeing right now.
Yeah, thank you. It's interesting to reflect, if Putin's 84 in 2036, how old President Biden would be going for a second term, probably around about the same age. Okay, thanks for that. We'll go, Sergei, what do you think?
Well, it's indeed hard to predict what's going to happen with Putin. Some people would say that the constitutional change was just to stop being a lame duck, but generally I agree with Celeste. People around Putin don't like each other, and they prefer Putin to stay there to provide arbitration among competing rival clans. And in that sense, nobody wants him to step down because it may become very ugly and dangerous. If the question is who the second row people are, you can actually get quite a number of lists, and some of them are younger people. Some of them are former Putin's bodyguards who are now ministers or governors. So these people have an immense advantage, as they've been around Putin with a gun and they didn't kill him, unlike, say, Korean security chief who killed General Pak, right? So these people are very loyal to Putin, even though they had an opportunity of being disloyal. And so Putin likes people who are loyal to him. And you can see that some of these people have been tried out in various managerial roles. And in that sense, maybe this is one of the second rows, one of the second rows. The other second row is older team. You may mention people like Sobyanin. I'm sure People like Kiriyenko also view themselves as people with a future. You can see some governors around. You can see some ministers around, including very popular ministers like Lavrov or Shoigu. So there are many people who would love to be presidents, but I think Putin knows that he wants to be president himself, and a lot of people around him would prefer things to stay the way they are. So I won't see Putin leaving anytime soon, unless there is some health issue which we cannot really understand, cannot really verify. So those speculations are just speculations.
Interesting. So the risk calculus of the inner circle is it's riskier if Putin goes than if he stays.
Absolutely. That's what Celeste said, and that's what I would confirm. And this is indeed what scholars of autocratic regimes always tell you. In a regime like this, in a personalistic regime like this, the whole system is based on divide and rule. The whole system is based on the idea that they all need Putin, so he protects them from each other. And you have other regimes where you have clerics or parties. This is not a regime where you have a real party. You don't have collegial governance system. You don't have a machine for promotion of better people. It's all based on Putin. Of course, Belarusian regime is much more personalistic. It's not party regime even on paper. There is no party in Belarus. But even Putin's regime, of course, is highly personalistic. And in that sense, his power is based on the idea that everybody around him is afraid of each other as well.
Yep. Jana, same question to you, please.
First of all, I would like to strongly agree with what Celeste said and what Sergei said, but I think that we might have a third scenario. So we cannot predict it, but I mean, sometimes it happens so that an authoritarian regime makes a fatal mistake. And everything collapses because of it. And that what happened in Belarus when Lukashenko registered Tikhanovskaya. So it was a game changer. He thought of her as a candidate. He didn't perceive her as a serious candidate. He couldn't have imagined that she could get so much support. And so that was when he made this fatal mistake. I think that also it might be the case in Russia. The Russian regime is very subtle. It's clever. It's smart. It's flexible. But we can at least expect it. This fatal mistake, if it happens, we can see a national anti-Putin movement, and we can see a different leader, not from the system. I cannot say how probable this scenario is, but we don't have just to keep a blind eye on this option.
Thank you, Jana.
Very hopeful.
Hopeful option, yes. Okay, I'll go to the question now for Sergei, an economic question. Then after that, a question to Celeste on transatlantic relations. Sergei, the question for you is from Radislav Vitek, an independent security analyst based in Warsaw. And he asks, with the current economic problems that you've mentioned, macroeconomic stability, but also some problems, have a significant impact on the Russian military program going forward?
So the short answer is no. So Russian military program is not unaffordable. Russia is not preparing for a standoff with NATO. Russia is preparing for limited interventions in regional conflicts. By no circumstances Russia will have a huge army to fight against China or against the whole of NATO. It's for smaller operations that we've observed in the last 10 years. And for that, the current level of spending is fine. And this requires limited investment. And in that sense, I won't really worry that economic stagnation would result in Russia suddenly losing military prowess it showed in recent years. Yes, what is true is Russia will not be back to Soviet Union status, where Russia was prepared to fight a conventional war in Europe and dominate Europe with tanks. Today, the big war is thought of as a nuclear war, and so Russia believes it in its nuclear deterrent, and instead the army is modernized in order to be able to intervene in, say, Syria, or carry out peacekeeping operation like in South Caucasus, or interfere in Donbass, or maybe indeed run something, run a limited provocation near NATO or within NATO. This is a scary scenario, but we cannot rule it out. But Russia knows it cannot really win a full-out war, and for that it doesn't. For other wars, Russia does have one.
Thank you for that. On those scenarios, in and around NATO, Svalbard is often mentioned. The idea being to split the North Atlantic Council rather than, militarily defeat NATO. Okay, thank you. Question then to Celeste. It's from Evelyn Marasoiu, who's in the Embassy of Romania in Warsaw, and she asks, how would you assess the perspectives of a coherent transatlantic policy on Russia as of January, 20th, 2021? Well, maybe not just on the 20th, but going forward after that.
Forward. I think the implication there is a Biden administration be interested in and able to work with Europe on a transatlantic approach to Europe and to Russia, and a transatlantic approach to Europe too, which would be a welcome change. Joe Biden has said, repeatedly and publicly, and his top foreign policy advisor, Tony Blinken, has said that one of the priority, there are a lot of issues that have to be dealt with, in the international system, climate change, obviously COVID, pandemic response, dealing with a very problematic China from an American point of view. So Russia is not the only challenge, but definitely Russia is a significant challenge, and has harmed American interests and threatens other interests. And the view has been very clear. You don't have to. I don't have to channel the priority, which is to rebuild a transatlantic partnership, alliance through NATO, partnership with the EU, in order to cope with all of these global challenges, Russia among them. So I think you will see that is a major priority. I think that, just the United States and countries in Europe have different perspectives on the scope of the Russian challenge and how best to deal with it. For example, there's a difference of views on how helpful sanctions are, how effective sanctions have been, what kind of sanctions have been effective. There are different views of what kind of military capabilities and doctrine and strategy NATO should have. But I would just point out that all of those differences are within the scope of common interests and common approaches, and it's a matter of how and when you come to agreement, not whether, in I think a Biden administration going forward. So very much the re-emphasis on transatlantic relationship is not just about our relationship with Europe, it's about America's ability to cope with global challenges, among them Russia.
Yeah, interesting. There was a great article, I think, President-elect Biden, when he was vice president in 2018 with Michael Carpenter in Foreign Affairs, which looked at how the US transatlantic relations would approach Russia. It's interesting to see how relevant that is. Some people say personnel is policy, so the clearest guide will be to see who's being appointed now. And listen to the speeches, I guess. Okay, thank you. I have a question for all of you, really. It's from Matthew Rhodes here at the Marshall Center. How do the panelists assess Russia's leadership risk calculus vis-a-vis a more internationally assertive China? So, what does Russia do if China is behaving more aggressively? To elaborate, I think you can see the arms buildup. You can see an escalation in rhetoric from China, and an escalation also in kind of malign strategic behavior, running over Vietnamese fishing boats, not picking up survivors, for example. The meridian line between Taiwan and the mainland, as China would say. So how do you see that impacting on Russia? Could I maybe turn to Jana first of all?
I'm not an expert on China, first of all. I follow Russia much more closely than China. But if we look from the Russian perspective, I think that China is the major risk for Russia. Putin thinks differently. He thinks that China is the best friend of Russia. And he turned to China several years ago. It was because of imposed sanctions in connection with military conflict in East Ukraine. The most painful sanctions, as far as I remember, were imposed in August 2014. And at this point, Russia turned to China. It offered lucrative contracts for China in the following years. And it was the case after the financial crisis in 2008. This lucrative contract for oil exports with Rosneft, I think, Sergei, I think that I'm right about this contract. So it was not profitable for Russia. And
it's not like Russia can do much. And Russia is unlikely to become an ally of US and Europe to stand up to China. This is something that is very, very unlikely. And Russia will preserve good relationships with China. Russia will probably not go as far as building an anti-NATO Warsaw bloc. In this case, it would be a Beijing or Shanghai bloc. This is not something that I can see happening, exactly because Russia proclaims strategic independence as the major foreign policy goal. So I see that Russia will just observe growing assertiveness of China, but will not do much, assuming that nuclear deterrent will provide security, and then Russia will try to cooperate economically with China. One interesting problem here is cyber cooperation, AI cooperation. And this is where the line between military and technological development is blurred. And this is, I think, where it's going to be very interesting to what extent Russia will rely on China's 5G capability, to what extent Russian and Chinese companies will cooperate in weapon-grade cyber weapons. And so all this is going to be very hard to predict. But in conventional strategy analysis. Russia just will watch it and will remain strategically independent.
Great, thank you so much. Celeste.
So I know we're coming to the end, so I would agree with what both John and Sergei said, and just offer one thought, which I think is a way of framing what they both have said, which is rising China is in so many ways a challenge and a threat to Russia, but it is not a challenge or a threat to Putinism and to the regime. And in fact, they have a lot of common interests, and China's advances in the international system, challenging international law, revisionism, its role in the UN Security Council works to the benefit of Putinist foreign policy and Putinist domestic economic and political policy.
Okay, I just to counter that, some might say that BRI needs a stable operating environment, whereas Putin, to be strategically relevant, needs to mediate or coercively mediate in a series of conflicts that it puts its proxies on the ground in order to be a player, have skin in the game and be a player. That's one argument out there, but I think overall strategically more to gain than maybe to lose vis-a-vis China and staying close to China. But I haven't heard that kind of Putinism and the regime versus Russia distinction before, so really well made. So we're coming really to the end. I think we have about 7-8 minutes left. So if I just ask you please, just for 2 or 3 minutes, or even 2 minutes, and then I'll have 1 minute at the end, to answer the so what question. So we've tried to understand how Putin understands risk, how that risk might be evolving, and the factors that shape a propensity for accepting greater risk or lesser risk aversion, at least on the how-to. But the so what question is really, if you're an external actor seeking to have a relationship with Russia, how do you, while upholding your values and interests, try and mitigate the risk of miscalculation and escalation with Russia? So is that a trilemma? Of those 3 things, can you only have 2? Or is there a way forward? Is there a kind of golden equilibrium point in relations that can be reached? And if so, what's it based on? Could I start maybe with Celeste on that one?
Sure, I think the so what question is clear, is that if you are in a world where Russia is, and I'll speak as an American, where this Russian regime, Putinism, views the United States in zero-sum terms and is, as Sergei pointed out, interested in maintaining strategic autonomy, but also in achieving wins and preventing, what it believes to be regime change and color revolution, and the integration of countries in Europe and Eurasia into the global community, because then they aren't really available for Russian influence and corruption and that whole package, then you have to design a strategy that is unfortunately not about integrating Russia, because that's not where the leadership is, maybe still where the population is if it were allowed to actually freely express its views. But right now, they don't run the Russian government. So you have to focus, unfortunately, on a strategy of defense, disruption, and deterrence. And to do that effectively, you need to know how to manage risks, and you need to know where you can be effective in imposing costs and complications for the Kremlin, but not in an escalatory way that hurts your own interests. So I think the so what question is very much central to an effective strategy that is in your own interest, which is very much about protecting interests and values. I mean, I don't see a big contradiction. I don't see any contradiction, for example, between American interests and values in using the sanctions mechanisms against Russia to constrain, we weren't able to prevent, but to constrain Russia's escalation of operations in Ukraine. So I think that's the way to frame it, and to recognize that in international relations, even a country as powerful as the United States can never do anything it wishes, however it wishes, but it's still, by managing these kinds of cost, benefit, and risk analyses with respect to countries like Russia, you can be quite effective in protecting your national interests and values.
Thank you so much for that. Could I move to Jana?
I would agree with what Celeste has just said, and I think that you cannot completely ignore Russia because Russia is a big country. It has nuclear weapons and it's active in many countries of the world. So you don't have a lot of choice. You have to cooperate in some areas. At the same time, I do agree with what Sergei said in the very beginning about the mechanism of personal sanctions. I believe that this mechanism is very, very effective. And I also would like just to stress that world leaders should care about human rights in Russia, because for Putin, human rights is nonsense. They just don't exist for him. And we have a lot of political prisoners, and the number is growing all the time. Of course, we now see this awful footage from Belarus, and they have 15,000 prisoners, as far as I understand. So, but if we don't want this to happen in Russia, we have to put pressure on Putin. We have to, not we, but world leaders have to raise these questions with Putin and with his officials. It's very, very important because it helps political prisoners, and it prevents them from persecuting more and more people.
Excellent. Thank you, Jana. I just want to remind the audience that we have a poll concerning Putin's presidency. Vladimir Putin will stay as the president of the Russian Federation until ... I think you have to fill in the number, and the number isn't his age, probably it's a date when you think which is the date. Where you're starting from. Sergei, would you like to take 1 minute just, because we're about to finish in tackling the so what question?
Yes, I will take exactly 1 minute, and I fully support what Celeste said. And I would like to refer to what she said before, that there are differences between Putin's interests and Russia's interests, Russian society's interests, Russian citizens' interests. And this is something that needs to be emphasized and re-emphasized. And my understanding is that President-elect Biden fully understands that. And in all articles that he's written on this issue, he mentions that. Now, to answer the so what question, the answer is be very clear about what the costs are. Don't really neglect Putin, because Putin wants to prove to his own audience that he is not isolated. So he may try to attract attention by interfering here and there. But when you talk to Russian government, to Russian regime, be very clear in what your values are and what the costs would be if Russian regime ventures into this and that. And I think that may actually de-escalate relations quite a bit. Because Russian risk calculus would at least be clear, and irrational actors will not be there anymore. And I think this is something that has been occasionally lacking in the Western conversation with Russia. And another thing, let me just mention, Celeste mentioned corruption a lot. And I think it's and I'll wrap up. Just apply your own anti-corruption laws at home. Practice your values and respect your own laws. That, I think, is also something that the Russian regime doesn't like.
Thank you so much. Sorry to rush you. We're about to end. So defend, disruption, deterrence, and dialogue to communicate the above makes an awful lot of sense. On behalf of Marshall Center and Warsaw Security Forum, I'd really like to thank the speakers, Sergei, Jana, and Celeste. Thank you so much for sharing your insights. It was really tremendous. And thank you to the Warsaw Security Forum for hosting us, and for the participants that asked questions. Thank you all, and good night.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Griham. Thank you, Celeste, Jana, and Sergei. It was fantastic to hear you. A lot of incredible insights. I just wanted to share at the very end the results of our poll. Over 60 of our participants participated. And let's see the results. The question was, Vladimir Putin will stay as the president of the Russian Federation until 2024, so until the current term. Only 27% believed that. 2030, actually, the majority. So half believes he will step down after the two presidencies he can in 2030. And finally, he will resign before 2024 to 22%. That's an interesting result. We didn't have a question about never, but I guess I wonder how many would respond to that. But it seems we are prepared for at least another decade or more here of the president of the Russian Federation, Vladimir Putin. Thank you again. And now we move to our final transatlantic conversation that will be devoted to American foreign policy beyond the year 2020. So what can we expect from the United States in the next few years? We will, and beyond, of course, that, we will be moving live to the United States, and we will have three distinguished guests with us. And of course, I pass it on to Ali Aslan, who this time is in Berlin, and who will moderate our last discussion.
Dear Kasia, thank you so much for your kind introduction. It's wonderful to be back on day 2 of the Warsaw Security Forum, which may have left the best for last, because this is a very timely, very important topic and session that we will now address. U.S. foreign policy beyond 2020, change or continuity. That is the question we will address within the next 50 minutes with, of course, your active participation. There will once again be a poll, but also the questions that you will address to the three panelists will be forwarded by me to them as we go along. It is my great pleasure to welcome the Managing Director of the Penn Biden Center for Diplomacy and Global Engagement, Michael Carpenter. Also delighted to welcome retired General David Petraeus, a former CIA director and the current chairman of the KKR Global Institute. Also joining us, or will be joining us, is the member of the U.S. House of Representatives from Ohio and co-chair of the Poland, Ukraine, and Hungary caucuses, Marcy Kaptur. Welcome to the three of you. And General, let's dive right into the discussion and focus and look at one particular piece of news that is hot off the press, something that is of great concern and interest to you, I gather. America has announced that it will reduce the number of troops in Iraq and Afghanistan to 2,500 in each country by January. Now, obviously, you have commanded coalition forces, both in Iraq and US and NATO forces in Afghanistan. You know both countries very well. Let me get your take on that decision to reduce the troops in both countries.
Well, thanks very much, Ali, and great to be with you again, and also great to be back with the Warsaw Security Forum, even if it's on a virtual stage rather than the actual stage in Warsaw itself. I am very concerned about the announcement of the plan to withdraw forces and to go down to 2,500 in Afghanistan in particular. Iraq, I think, actually is much less concerning. There's an awful lot of enablers very close by in the neighborhood there on the Gulf, in Kuwait and Jordan and various other places, and up and down the Gulf if need be. And there will still be a decent footprint, and a country with very considerable resources, 100 billion in oil revenue in a given year, and reasonably capable security forces that we will still be able to continue to enable in intelligence services. Afghanistan is very much a different matter. The security situation has been eroding there over the last couple of years. We have nonetheless continued to reduce our forces there. We seem to have a way of supporting the Afghan security forces, providing training and equipping, advising, assisting, and enabling. And it's the enabling that is most important, that enabling most of it by drones and other precision air assets that we can bring to bear to support the Afghan security forces when they get in a tough situation. But my fear is that withdrawing below the 4,500 that reportedly is the level that the current commander, Scott Miller, whom I know we're together on battlefields for the better part of the final decade, that I served in uniform in Iraq and in Afghanistan when I commanded both of those. Again, that would be a big concern. Ideally, reduction should always be conditions-based. I don't see the conditions for taking another reduction in Afghanistan right at this point in time. We have already allowed the Taliban to have 5,000 or so of their detainees released to them to get that U.S. Taliban agreement. This would give them one of their next objectives, which is to get us to leave without even getting anything back from them in return. And certainly their pledge to reduce violence is not evidently being carried out. And beyond that, there's a concern that at some point in time, you just see a crumbling of the security forces of Afghanistan that have fought so valiantly. I mean, they are fighting and dying in very substantial numbers on the front lines of their country, which is what, again, we worked very hard during the surge that I was privileged to command. In fact, during the previous administration, the Obama-Biden administration, and after which we had successive reductions that were carried out without the kind of erosion of security that you are now seeing, because those security forces have been built up, institutions were built up, and we were able to continue to support and enable them. I know that obviously no one wants to end endless wars more than those who have fought them or commanded them. So that I very much share that. But the fact is that you have to end an endless war responsibly. We say that we are, quote, ending an endless war. You're actually not. You are generally ending your involvement in the endless war, and the war may go on. And you may have to return, as we did have to, in the wake of the withdrawal of all our combat forces from Iraq, when the prime minister of Iraq pursued highly sectarian policies that undid all that we'd worked so hard to do during the surge. It alienated the Sunni Arabs and allowed the Islamic State, formerly Al-Qaeda in Iraq, to reconstitute itself, and we know what happened then. In this case, it is very notable that the majority leader of the Senate actually spent 9 minutes on the floor of the Senate expressing his own concerns about this, and even invoking the specter of Saigon in 1975. You remember the image of the final people climbing off the roof, be taken off the roof of the embassy by helicopters. I mean, that is quite a significant statement. And it does capture, I think, the concerns that many of us have who have been involved in this over a number of decades now, and who recognize that we went there for a reason. It was to eliminate the sanctuary that Al-Qaeda had when the Taliban ruled that country, and the 9/11 attacks were planned in that sanctuary and the initial training conducted there. We have stayed to prevent them from reestablishing that sanctuary. And now you have the Islamic State tragically there trying to do the same thing. We've beaten this back repeatedly over the years. And also we should acknowledge that this has been a very important country when it comes to providing a platform for the kinds of regional counterterrorism operations that have been undertaken from time to time, such as in the final month or so that I was in Kabul when the operation to bring Osama bin Laden to justice was indeed undertaken. So again, I think a lot of areas of concern. I would hope actually still that perhaps the number 2,500 could be referred to as aspirational, and there could be some conditions established that would prevent going below 4,500 unless they are met. In which case, then, again, if conditions are met, that would be warranted. But I do not at this time see the kinds of conditions that a prudent military commander would recommend should be met being in existence at this point.
Clearly, I can think hardly of any other person who would be more qualified to comment on this announcement of troop withdrawal. General, thank you so much for your extensive remarks. Mike, This troop reduction in both Iraq and Afghanistan would be implemented basically days before President-elect Joe Biden would take office. Clearly a decision that would heavily impact the incoming administration.
Indeed, and I think General Petraeus has given a very good overview of the risks inherent in drawing down in both countries. Look, what I think you need to bear in mind is a couple things. First of all, President-elect Biden has said that when he gets into office, he's going to preside over a global force posture review that looks at all the various decisions that have been taken, but also at the status quo around the world, to include President Trump's announcement of the withdrawal of roughly 10,000 forces from Germany, which is obviously next door to Poland and of concern, I think, to the listeners that we have here with us today. That will be reviewed. They're going to look in detail at what is most effective in terms of deterrence and defense posture, both in the East Asian theater, in the Middle East, in Europe. And then, I think decisions will flow from that. So that's point number one. Point number two, in addition to the various pitfalls that have been outlined by General Petraeus, I would just note that this decision was announced without consultation with our allies. And our allies are with us in both Iraq and Afghanistan. And how cavalier is to make an announcement like this without fully consulting with our partners on the ground who have fought bravely with us over these years, if not decades, in both countries. So, look, I think the decision is going to be reviewed. I think it's going to be reviewed in a holistic way, where the next administration, as I said, looks at global force posture, not in isolation in various different theaters, but together. And then, decisions will flow from that.
And at this particular point, I'd like to now officially welcome Congresswoman Kaptur, who's joining us. Welcome, Congresswoman. Just for your information, General Petraeus and Mike Carpenter, we were evaluating the Trump administration's decision to cut troops next year in January in both Iraq and Afghanistan. If you may, you can jump in and offer your opinion on this particular decision as well, of course.
Yes, well, of course, there was a major election here in our country, and we're so pleased with the results because the American people, in an historic large vote for President-elect Biden, reaffirmed America's commitments around the world to our allies and to the restoration of what I would call regular order in terms of our foreign policy. The respectful treatment of leaders of nations across the world, no berating in public, no embarrassing moments internationally. I cannot wait until President-elect Biden assumes office in January. And I thought this period between an American election and the seating of that new president is a very tender time in our country constitutionally. And no president should make any major foreign policy decision that one could consider destabilizing during that period of time. We currently have a president who is unwilling to work with the new administration. And these are very troubling moments in our own history. We will self-correct. This is a powerful country on many, many, many levels. But to see this kind of behavior at this moment in history is really quite disturbing, but fairly emblematic of what has been occurring over the last 4 years in our country. But even democratic republics can make mistakes, but then they can correct them. And that's what we will be about. And the Congress, we don't, at least on my side of the aisle, we don't take any credit for the current president of the United States, but we believe that we've been a counterforce as a co-equal branch of government with the executive branch in terms of maintaining our commitments globally. And so we appreciate this forum today, obviously with General Petraeus, with Director Mike Carpenter, such respected Americans who have made a difference for our country throughout the world.
To all the viewers out there, we once again have a poll. This one is called or titled or poses the question, important one, of course, for this particular session. It will come up. What will be the top priority for the Biden administration in terms of foreign policy, I would add, since this is what we're talking about. That is, of course, the poll. So please participate, and we'll hear the results in due time. Of course, it's a very major question, General, what the top priorities are, and we'll get to that in just a second. But let me point out the very unique position that the United States is right in, perhaps historic. You have a defeated US president who declines and refuses to concede. From a security point of view, clearly this time it's different than in previous administration, where the outgoing administration seems unwilling to cooperate with the incoming one. How much does such conduct compromise America's security?
Well, it's interesting to reflect back on the bipartisan post 9/11 commission that was conducted. And it sought to determine what were the factors that led to what was essentially a very significant intelligence failure to identify the would-be perpetrators of the 9/11 attacks before they actually flew their planes into the World Trade Center towers in Pennsylvania and the Pentagon. And among the factors that was identified was the delay and the lack of focus on the transition from the Clinton administration to the Bush 43 administration because of the preoccupation with the recounts of votes in Florida. You remember a very, very close election there that was going to determine the outcome for one side or the other. And the result was a delay in, again, getting on with the all-important business of moving from one administration to another, and of course from one party to another, which adds to the complexity of it. And then the delays start to add up, they accumulate. Again, the focus is on what do we do about Florida, what's the next step, what about this, instead of our next secretary of this or that, and the vetting process. Again, some of these actions can't be rushed. There have to be processes before people can get the very top secret compartment and intelligence clearances. All the rest of this, and this seems like details or minutia, it's critically important to, again, getting people into positions and up to speed. Keep in mind that it's much more than just a couple of national security briefs or a couple of days of the presidential daily brief. This is about marinating once again. And, you know, the Biden administration will bring back a very experienced group of people. We know, or at least we think we know, who the secretaries of defense and state and the national security advisor, all these others will likely be. They know what they're doing. They were all in government up until 4 years ago, many of them. It won't take an enormous amount of time to get up to speed, except that they have not had access to some of the most highly classified intelligence from the most important sources and methods. And again, you just don't get it with one briefing. You've got to sort of live it again. As I said, you have to marinate, you have to live and breathe it before you have that kind of nuanced, detailed understanding of the threats, of the challenges, of the opportunities, and so forth that will face them when they assume office. And again, in the case of the 9/11 attacks, many months after Bush 43 assuming office in the January of that particular year, again, one of the factors was the only soldier left. I have one final to protect the perimeter here at our combat outpost in Arlington, Virginia.
There you go. There you go. You always are backed up no matter where you go. It's lovely to have him nonetheless. But Mike, all joke aside, of course, the lack of cooperation when it comes to transition is a security risk, is of concern, says General Petraeus. You are, of course, the managing director of the Penn Biden Center
Can I call him back?
and Global Engagement. Congresswoman, if I could ask you perhaps to turn off the microphone, if in the meantime, sometimes
Sorry.
No worries, no worries. It's just so that we have a smooth sound. You know, these online debates can be quite tricky. Mike, let me come back to you. It's very clear that there are no lack of global challenges worldwide. It's also undoubtful that due to the America First policy, the US has been largely absent from the global scene. I mean, just look at the many conflicts: Syria, Libya, Yemen, Belarus, Ukraine, Nagorno-Karabakh. We could go on and on. The US is largely absent. Do you think that America under or Biden administration is ready and willing to assume global leadership again?
Absolutely. Look,
I do,
think
and one of the reasons
priorities for a Biden administration is going to be rebuilding our alliances, strengthening our partnerships in order to deal with a lot of the global challenges that you laid out, including, most importantly, cooperation on finding a vaccine for COVID and distributing it, emerging from the COVID pandemic with our economies intact, spurring an economic recovery, where many nations around the world are in a deep recession, and then working on other issues like great power competition with Russia and China, like some of the other issues you mentioned, the war in Yemen, the conflict in Libya, the sort of messy peace now in Nagorno-Karabakh, pro-democracy movement in Belarus. All of those are things where we need to be working with our allies and partners and not against them. And so I think that's going to be a focus for the Biden administration, as well as putting more emphasis on democratic institutions, standing for democratic norms, supporting pro-democracy movements. I think you'll see a big contrast there between the last 4 years of Donald Trump and what comes next under a Biden administration. So all of that will require US leadership. It will require re-engagement. And as I said, rebuilding those alliances and partnerships. But it's also going to take a little dose of humility, to be honest. You know, we've seen over these last 4 years that the US is not immune to demagogic populism. But I think we see from the statements of our close allies and partners, there was a good op-ed written a couple of days ago by Yves Le Drian and Heiko Maas in the Washington Post, talking about how to re-energize the transatlantic relationship. I think our partners like the UK, like France, like Germany, like Poland, want us to re-engage. They're waiting for us to get back on the saddle and talk to them about how we can align our strategic visions and then how we can go about sort of the tactical operational work of making those goals realized. And so I think the Biden team is going to be ready to assume that task on day one. And you've got a very experienced group of people that will be coming back into office to make that happen.
The Biden administration will be ready and willing from day one, says Mike Carpenter. Congresswoman, in your opinion, what then, amidst all the amounts and high quantity of global challenges, what, in your opinion, are the most pressing foreign policy issues President Biden will have to tackle?
I think to restore collaboration first with our closest allies, and as Director Carpenter has talked about, dealing with issues of the pandemic, sharing good practices, reaffirming our cooperative relationships with countries around the world and their leadership. I think in the area of climate change, you're going to see an immediate shift.
I'm not sure if it's just me, but I, for one, at this particular point, cannot hear the Congresswoman. You've been going in out and out. The connection seems to be freezing up. General Mike, are you hearing the same thing?
Not hearing her.
Yeah, so it's a problem then that we're all having. So it's a good plea for the Congress to invest in good online infrastructure.
may want to suggest that she leave and come back.
Yeah.
Try it.
My apologies, Congresswoman. You're in and out. The picture freezes up. But the question, of course, General, is still on the table. It's also what the poll is for this particular session, namely what will be the top priorities for the Biden administration to tackle on the foreign policy front?
Well, I think at the end of the day, the U.S.-China relationship is not only the most important in the world for the U.S. and China, but for all the rest of the world. And it's probably more important than all the others together. That's not to say that the U.S. will not, as always, have to be the guy in the circus that gets a plate up on a stick and gets it spinning and then gets a bunch of others, because there are lots. And Mike highlighted some of these challenges that are out there. Congresswoman did as well. But at the end of the day, I think it will be mostly about the U.S.-China relationship, even as you have Russia, even as you have extremists and cyber threats and all climate and all the other issues. And that, I think, is a bipartisan consensus as well, that there does need to be a degree of firmness with China, that the old adage that economics will trump geopolitical challenges. And in other words, we can work our way through it because of our trade and economic relationships has not proven true, and that now it is actually it is geopolitics that is actually constraining and confining some of these critically important economic relationships. Let's keep in mind that when folks use this Cold War analogy, that in the real Cold War, the US and the West had very little economic exchange with the Soviet Union and the Warsaw Pact. Certainly the US and the Soviet Union in particular had no meaningful trade other than some excess wheat from time to time. On the other hand, the US and China were each other's biggest trading partners prior to the imposition of the tariffs. So there are huge areas of mutual concern, and there are strong mutual objectives, actually, when it comes to, again, resolving the pandemic, bringing the world out of the global economic slowdown, climate, dealing with the ever-pressing issues of climate change, and on and on. There's a number of those. And it will be hugely important for the U.S. To go about trying to engage and also, frankly, to influence China when it comes to ensuring no miscalculation that could spiral into something very, very bad. That this administration that's coming into office will do this not just as a whole of government. It will not just be a coherent, comprehensive, all tools whole of government. It will be whole of governments with an S on the end, where all of our allies and partners will be engaged in this together, and where multilateral organizations, international organizations and institutions and so forth will be a prominent feature of this once again as well. So I think that's what we can expect. Again, there will be lots of other issues in other places, but it was, of course, the Obama-Biden administration that began the process of the rebalance to Asia, which is the right word, not pivot, because they didn't pivot away from the Middle East. You stay focused on it, but the focus of the main effort and the main resources and the primary objectives is Asia. And we're going to have to consider about how do we get back into multilateral trade agreements as well, noting that the Regional Comprehensive Economic Program was just agreed with China as an element of it. Some of the countries that were in the Trans-Pacific Partnership joined that. Regulation and policy determination in these areas is steadily shifting to Asia and China, and we need to be part of that. And if we can find a way to get back to the Trans-Pacific Partnership as a part of the overarching, coherent, comprehensive whole of governments with an S on the end approach, that is something that I would strongly applaud.
Certainly a lot of grounds you have covered indeed, relations with China, transatlantic relations. Another one, of course, Mike, is President-elect Biden, as vice president, was part of the administration that delivered the nuclear deal, Iran nuclear agreements, which, of course, Donald Trump then withdrew from. Is that something that's back on the table now that Vice President, then Vice President, and now President-elect Biden will be entering the White House in January?
Well, the president-elect has been pretty clear that he would like to rejoin the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action if Iran returns to its obligations under the agreement, which is not an easy task. This is going to take quite a bit of diplomacy. But the place where we're at today is one where the United States is essentially isolated on the world stage with regards to trying to check Iran's nuclear program. Whereas prior to the adoption of the JCPOA, you had Iran that was isolated on the world stage, and then you had the United States working with its European partners, the UK, France, and Germany, as well as with Russia and China, to put pressure on Iran to agree to that agreement, which did have verifiable checks on the expansion of Iran's nuclear program, and particularly preventing it from having a military component. And so what you see today is, of course, that program continues apace. Iran continues to invest in centrifuges and in fissile material. And the US remains outside of any framework where it's able to do anything other than apply unilateral pressure. So, I think there will be an attempt to reevaluate what is possible and to enter into some sort of a diplomatic solution that builds on the JCPOA and the obligations that are contained there. I also think, a Biden administration is likely to look also at strategic arms control with regards to Russia. I think that's going to be an important thing that is considered from day one, especially given that the New START treaty expires on February 5th, only a matter of days, literally, from inauguration day. And so, in addition to Iran, I think there's going to be a lot of emphasis on getting that strategic arms control framework in place, probably through a simple extension of the New START treaty, but then potentially also over time through a follow-on agreement that look at other types of strategic arms control, including maybe things like, non-strategic nuclear weapons and things of that nature. That already gets much more tricky. But I think this is a priority for a world where, we don't want to end up in an expensive and dangerous arms race.
Absolutely, quite a crucial issue, which we'll all monitor how it's going to play out. Each session up until now, during the 2 days at the Warsaw Security Forum, has had young global leaders, given the opportunity to address the panels, and this session, of course, is no exception. We have two questions for you, General and Mike. One is coming from Jerome from the Netherlands and Alexandra from the Ukraine. Let's see what they have to say.
Hello, I'm Jerome Byers. I'm from the Netherlands and participating in the AYD program. My question is as follows. The new President Biden is expected to give greater importance to human rights in his foreign policy than his predecessor. While we might expect strong rhetoric on China or Russia, how will the future Biden administration deal with allies such as Turkey or Saudi Arabia?
Good afternoon, I'm Alexandra Suprun. I'm from Ukraine and I'm a participant of the Academy of Young Diplomats. I would like to ask a question to all panelists. Joe Biden seems to have clear opinions on NATO and Russia. Can we expect that his presidency will help Georgia and Ukraine to progress with NATO membership? Thank you.
Thank you to both Jerome and Alexandra for their very good questions. Let me start in reverse order of the questions, General, because the question is whether President-elect Joe Biden or under President-elect Joe Biden, countries like Georgia and Ukraine have a better chance in their pursuit to join NATO. What do you think?
Well, I think they have a better chance of unified NATO support for them. But I don't think that there is much sentiment for heading down the road toward NATO, given the potential way that could be seen in Moscow as a provocative action, rather than one that is, again, a reassuring and that builds the kind of confidence that is necessary over the way forward. I think, again, the commitment may be strengthened, and it may be more multilateral and again more alliance-based. But I think there are a lot of reservations about that. I would think actually that it is more likely that there could be some beginning for Ukraine in particular to head down the road eventually to some kind of EU accession process, more likely than again the NATO accession process.
Mike, do you think that the Biden administration will place a greater importance on human rights as a foreign policy element than the outgoing administration has? What do you think?
Absolutely. I think human rights, democracy, and rule of law have to be essential to our partnerships. NATO is not a transactional alliance. It is an alliance that is founded on shared values and governance systems. Liberal democracy, essentially, and protection of freedoms of the individual. It's spelled out, in fact, in the preamble to the Washington Treaty of 1949 very clearly. And so, look, I think, with some of these relationships that have been raised, like take Turkey, for example, where there has been democratic backsliding. Turkey is one of the countries with the most journalists who are in prison of any country in the world, but where we also have a lot of geopolitical issues on the agenda, to include recent statements from President Erdogan suggesting that there is a two-state solution on the island of Cyprus. Of course, Turkey's involvement in the war in Nagorno-Karabakh, its role as a Black Sea power, its involvement in Idlib in northern Syria, its involvement as well in Libya, in the conflict there. These are a lot of issues, not to mention energy and hydrocarbons, both in terms of the Turk Stream pipeline from Russia to Turkey, as well as hydrocarbon exploration in the Eastern Med. So that's a lot to put on any one bilateral agenda. And it's all going to have to be taken together. There's no separating these issues. But look, I think human rights, democracy are going to be front and center. If you look at what's happening in Belarus, look at the statements that the president-elect has made with regards to the pro-democracy movement there, standing very firmly with the movement, calling for the release of political prisoners, for a new election to be held that is truly free and fair, and really condemning the actions of the Lukashenko regime, its torture, its repression, and so on and so forth. So that is a principled moral stance. And I think you will see that with regards not just to Belarus, but to many countries around the world.
So thank you to both Jerome and Alexandra for their questions, and of course to the General and Mike for answering them. Let's zoom in quickly, General. You have already spoken briefly about transatlantic relations. Let's zoom in a bit. This is, after all, the Warsaw Security Forum, and we have a few questions in the forum concerning transatlantic relations. For instance, Yuri Brabander from the Academy of Young Diplomats are saying many European leaders were quite jubilant after it became clear that Joe Biden got elected. Do you think that their expectations are bound to be disappointed, considering that so much focus will be drawn by China? As you said, China is the one country that certainly the Biden administration will be spending a lot of time on. Do you think that the jubilations and on the part of Europeans regarding the incoming president will be disappointed?
Well, it depends what your issue and your metric of measure is.
I think they're talking in terms of international cooperation and US-EU relations.
I think there will be a difference. Again, there are certain areas that are going to be continued. Again, as I mentioned earlier, it is a bipartisan view that there needed to be greater firmness in the relationship with China. However, in some other ways, this will be a very different approach. And certainly the way that alliances and partners will be valued will be different. That does not mean, though, that there will still not be a concern about those members of the alliance that aren't spending 2% of GDP. And well done to Poland, which, by the way, I was privileged to have Polish soldiers under my command in combat in Iraq and in Afghanistan, and to work with them previously in Bosnia as a NATO one-star as well. And I can tell you that all Poles should be very, very proud of their men and women in uniform and what they have done in those various conflicts. And Poland obviously has more than met the 2% of GDP, as have the Baltic states, and those that feel most pressing the threat, the resurgent of threat from Russia, noting that Vladimir Putin has been the greatest gift to NATO since the end of the Cold War, because it really has, again, given a threat, a challenge around which to converge. But not all NATO nations are spending 2% of GDP. There's some that aren't even spending 1.5% of GDP. And I watched as the Obama-Biden administration, just as the Bush 43 administration had done before when I was in uniform, took European leaders to task. Now, it won't be quite as public. It won't be, it'll be a different style and so forth, but it still is going to be an issue. And that is something that, again, European leaders and NATO leaders in Europe do need to be conscious of. The American public expects this to happen. And it's a fact that the US doesn't just spend more than all of our 29 other NATO allies put together. We spend more than twice as much than all of them put together. So I think it is a reasonable, not just aspiration, but a very reasonable request that, again, those who are on the continent and most appreciative of the threat from the East, once again, would demonstrate that by the spending 2% of GDP. And unfortunately, not spending 2% of GDP based on a lower GDP, a lower denominator that will result from the economic slowdown, but a real expenditure increase on defense and the related items to that. So again, that is still going to be present. And I think folks should be expecting that. But in many other ways, I'm sure that Mike will affirm, again, as someone who has been advising the president-elect during the campaign, that there will be a very different approach, as I mentioned up front, to allies, to partnerships, to international organizations, to multilateral institutions, even to frankly, the norms and so forth that have, for all of their shortcomings since the end of World War II, done a reasonably good job at preventing what was featured in the 50 years prior to the end of World War II, which was 2 world wars and a Great Depression.
So, Mike, the concern then on the part of some, perhaps, that there will certainly be a change in tonality and diplomatic efforts, but perhaps not so much in terms of substance, are unfounded then.
Oh, no, I think that's completely off base. Look, this is not a change of tonality. This is a change of substance on every major issue that we have on the transatlantic agenda. So let's start with climate change. You know, President-elect Biden has said on day one, the United States is going to rejoin the Paris Climate Accord. He has pledged that he wants to get the U.S. to be net carbon neutral by 2050, which mirrors the EU's strategic climate aim. There is a lot that we're going to be doing on climate, I think, straight out of the gate. And also on energy security, by the way, investing in clean energy technologies together on R&D, energy efficiency, north-south interconnectors to be able to improve energy security, all those sorts of things. There's going to be an emphasis on improving the U.S.-EU trade relationship as well, which has suffered, obviously, from a trade war under the current administration. President Trump declared that the EU was a geostrategic foe of the United States. Worse than China was the quote that he used. Look, we are going to, the next administration will view the European Union as a partner of first resort, not as a strategic foe. So the change will be not just one of tonality, but of what we have on our bilateral agenda. But, clearly, there will be certain issues, such as, the Boeing Airbus dispute, such as a carbon border tax adjustment, such as, digital taxation, where we're not going to necessarily see eye to eye, and it's going to take negotiation to arrive at solutions to these issues. But that's normal. All allies don't see eye to eye on 100% of what is on their bilateral relationship, and they work to make the relationship better, to strengthen the trade and investment relationship, to strengthen the security relationship. I think there, once again, you're going to see a Biden administration come out very strong in terms of investments in defense and deterrence for the NATO alliance. And as I said earlier, you're going to see this emphasis on promoting democratic norms and institutions and standing by pro-democracy movements in places like Belarus. Standing up for the sovereignty of Ukraine, a country that has been completely neglected under the last 4 years by the current administration. So you will see a dramatic change on all of these issues that will be much more than just simply, tone. It will get down to the very core of how we cooperate on these strategic issues, and hopefully it'll be a change where we are able to align our strategic goals so that we're rowing in the same direction. And let me just finish with this. Look at how the current administration approached the Western Balkans. It sent an envoy to engage in a parallel process of negotiations with Serbia and Kosovo that was completely disconnected to what the EU's special envoy was doing in the region. I'm not saying what the Trump administration did was foolish to focus on economics. I think there's a very valid rationale to investing in transportation and economic links. But what we need to be doing is working with the EU. Look, we have a strategic common aim of integrating the Western Balkans into Euro-Atlantic structures. So what you're going to see from a future Biden administration, I think, is a much greater emphasis on working together on those sorts of issues and taking advantage of our synergies and where we have an alignment of interests. So there's going to be a lot of change, I think, coming.
So we will see a strengthening of multilateralism for sure, hopefully. And of course, this panel was titled and started off with the question, U.S. foreign policy beyond 2020, change or continuity, ? I think both General Petraeus and Mike Carpenter have both unambiguously answered the question, saying there will be change and it will be change for the better. Thank you so much to both of you, and of course the Congresswoman who made a brief appearance. I've been told she had to get an important call afterwards and therefore couldn't rejoin this discussion. But I think she would have very much been in agreement with you on many of the input that you have provided. Thank you so much to the both of you. This was the last session of the Warsaw Security Forum. So I hope and believe we finished at a very strong and high note. And now, happy to yield it back to the organizers of the forum.
Thank you. Thank
Thanks,
you so
Ali.
much,
Thanks,
Ali.
Mike.
And it's great to see David. It's great to see Michael here with us at the Warsaw Security Forum. At the very end, what a fantastic discussion. We really enjoyed it. There's about 600 people that have been listening on live to this discussion. It's really also reinvigorating to hear you here in Europe and hear about this the previous and also the future foreign policy of the United States. So thank you for this. One thing I wanted to share with you at the very end is actually the results of the poll we have done. 70 voices coming up from our platform. The question was, what will be the top priority for the Biden administration? 40% said reinvigorating the transatlantic alliance. Also 40% countering Chinese influence in Asia and Pacific. And then only 17 said tackling climate change. And today the Middle East seems to be the least priority, only almost 2%, but that's of course very little. So it turns out that the reinvigoration of the transatlantic alliance that you've talked about, but also the big challenge of China is what our experts, our participants, our distinguished guests think is going to be the biggest priority of the future administration. Let's see. We will be watching closely starting from January 2021. And in 2021, we also hope to see you live this time at the Warsaw Security Forum so we can meet, talk, and see where we are with the state of our transatlantic alliance. Thank you, gentlemen, very much. Also, thank you to Congressman Kaptur. I know she had a very important voting and had to leave earlier, but we're very grateful for her participation. Thank you again. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we move to the final closing of the Road to Warsaw Security Forum. After 2 days, we are really delighted to be inviting to deliver a closing speech Minister Paweł Soloch, the Secretary of State in the Chancellery of the President, of the Polish President, but also the head of the National Security Bureau. And let me tell you, the National Security Bureau is our longest-standing partner of the Warsaw Security Forum. Since 2014, we have had the huge pleasure to work with the National Security Bureau to co-organize the Warsaw Security Forum year after year. So we are truly grateful for your trust, Minister Soloch, and of course, the airways are yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, it is my privilege to welcome you cordially on the second day of the Road to Warsaw Security Forum. I'm very happy that Warsaw is again one of the main venues of security reflection in Europe. The National Security Bureau remains fully committed to Warsaw Security Forum as its strategic partner. Let me address special words of appreciation to Katarzyna and Zbigniew Pisarski and the whole Pulaski Foundation, who have managed to gather in the middle of the pandemic a wide group of distinguished experts representing governments, academics, NGOs, and think tanks. Today, a number of timely and important issues for global security will be discussed. From the future of NATO, through the dynamic situation in Belarus and geopolitical aims pursued by Russia, to the foreign policy of the United States after the elections. On NATO, it remains the key organization providing security, first and foremost to the allies, but also to the partners with whom we share the same values. Our overarching goal is keeping unity. Most importantly, unity in response to traditional threats in all their forms. I am alluding, for instance, to the fact that the threat posed by Russia emerges also as disinformation, hybrid or cyber one. Secondly, we need a common assessment and unified actions to counter new challenges unknown by allies in previous decades. I'm thinking of the growing global role of China, and in particular, of joint actions to tackle the most recent threat posed by several months now by the COVID-19 pandemic. We need unity in this respect, not just to defeat the pandemic itself, but to develop a common vision of NATO. This vision will embrace the expectations of all its members, allowing for a swift and adequate response to the full spectrum of threats. In this very context, it is welcome that NATO uses its resources and cooperation channels to fight the pandemic. Many countries participated in these efforts. Just to give one example, Poland deployed its medical teams to Italy and the United States. It also provided material aid to fight COVID-19 in Western Balkans and the Middle East. Recently, NATO has supported Albania and the Czech Republic by donating to each of them 60 ventilators from its stockpile. Nonetheless, we need to bear in mind that NATO's priority consists in the successful conclusion of the alliance political and military adaptation. It should lay the foundation for a strong alliance built on 360-degree principle. Not surprisingly, Poland's main concern in effective deterrence and defense of NATO in the eastern flank. A lot has been achieved in this regard, but still more remains to be done. Russia is still better prepared than NATO for conventional warfare in our part of Europe. That is why we need to bring to a successful end all the adaptation initiatives, such as the Enhanced Forward Presence, NATO Response Force, Readiness Initiative, the concept of deterrence and defense of the Euro-Atlantic area, and the response to the threats posed by Russia's missiles. We should also ensure that our ambitious plan on hybrid, cyber, and disruptive technologies contribute to deterrence and defense. NATO's cooperation with partners will remain of vital importance. It should meet both their needs and expectations as well as ours. It is, for example, in our common interest to assist Ukraine and Georgia in increasing their resilience to the threat posed by Russia. The same goes for Sweden and Finland. In addition, both these partners could enrich NATO deterrence and defense to their mutual benefit. On Belarus, its citizens have made a choice. They want to live in a democratic country and decide about their future on their own. This is one of the founding principles underpinning our Euro-Atlantic community. The fate of Belarusians is not fully in our hands, but we can do a lot to make their dreams come true. What we can see in the streets of Minsk now resembles what was going on in Poland 40 years ago. We still understand their struggle for democracy and remember how instrumental international assistance can be on this path. The EU should play an important role in this regard. For example, through ensuring coherence of the efforts of its individual members. Also, by sending a clear signal of the readiness to advance partnership with a democratic Belarus, or being resolved and united vis-à-vis Lukashenko on the need to respect the will of the Belarusian people. I hope that Svetlana Tikhanovskaya is with us today. If that is the case, please accept, Madam, the assurance of our highest consideration, also on behalf of President Duda, for your resolve to turn Belarus into a democratic state. Concerning Russia, unfortunately, it remains the main proof that the old conventional threat did not disappear and often have the same source as the new ones, like hybrid or cyber. Moscow still poses the main military threat to NATO and constitutes the point of reference in its adaptation efforts. Russia is enhancing the number and complexity of the means it uses to destabilize the domestic situation in the NATO and EU countries. Our strategic partners like Sweden or Ukraine are also in the spotlight. Russia's plans to export instability throughout the world to reach its political objectives are ever more ambitious. We can see negative effects of Russian influence in the Middle East, Africa, or South America. As a result, our ability to contain Russia becomes increasingly important for the security of the entire Euro-Atlantic area. We need to be united and resolute in this endeavor. We should definitely be ready for a dialogue with Russia, as long as we show our disappointment and demonstrate readiness to draw conclusions from Russia's behavior. On the transatlantic bond, its good shape is a precondition for us to effectively address to the entire spectrum of threats and challenges. Both sides of the Atlantic should show mutual empathy and understanding from their sensitivities. Europe as a whole should be ready to invest more in the Euro-Atlantic security. America, for its part, should be aware that for some allies, increasing the defense spending is a long-term process, challenging from the political and public opinion's point of view. Poland already meets the 2% benchmark and plans to reach 2.5 in 2030. The national security strategy signed by President Duda in May this year recommends achieving that goal 6 years earlier in 2024. US presence in Europe is key for ensuring an effective transatlantic link. It should be seen through the lens of a credible NATO's deterrence and defense. This is exactly how Poland perceives its bilateral agreements with America, paving the way for increased presence of US troops in our soil. They are aimed at making cooperation between our state and other countries of the region more effective in countering threats to our common European security. I hope all of us in Europe wish the forthcoming US administration all the best in their future effort to reinvigorate the transatlantic bond and are equally committed to that endeavor. Ladies and gentlemen, today, the world is full of serious challenges for our common transatlantic security system. I'm glad that Warsaw is once again the center of discussion about them. Let me conclude by thanking for your attention and wish you fruitful discussion.
Thank you so much, Minister Soloch, and thank you again to the National Security Bureau for its support to the Warsaw Security Forum. And now for closing remarks, I would like to yield the floor to Michał and Zbyszek.
Thank you, Kasia, very much. Look, it was a great day, great second day of Warsaw Security Forum. I won't be kidding you. It was a long day, especially for us here. But if you join us on the internet, I'm glad you stayed with us until the very end. It was a really I found it a super interesting day. We heard from Deputy Secretary of State about current and potential future U.S. policy toward China. We heard from Deputy Secretary of NATO about what's to come in next year in NATO's also more global outlook. And finally, my personal interest, we heard from a very interesting panel from General Petraeus, from Mike Carpenter, Representative Kaptur, about what to expect from Biden's administration. So I found it a fascinating day. On behalf of GMF, I wanted to say that it was a great pleasure and honor to be a partner and a co-organizer in this year's Warsaw Security Forum, or Road to Warsaw. I look forward to our June edition, but Zbyszek is going to say a little bit more about this. Zbyszek, over to you.
Thank you very much, Michał. Thank you very much, Katarzyna. As we all were really excited about this year's edition of the Warsaw Security Forum, or Road to Warsaw Security Forum, as a path to get to a real forum that will take place in June 2021, hopefully here in person in Warsaw. But I wanted to add to thank you word of Michał also to our wonderful ministers of defense and ministers of foreign affairs, and I hope
and future ones as well
over here. But this is the people who really made it possible. So a part of wonderful ministers we have this great team of young leaders who are making it possible. Without their help and without their commitment 24/7 for the last weeks, it wouldn't be possible. And believe me, it was really challenging. It was new to us, so we hope that you will excuse small technical glitches, but you know that it's an international effort. So we had moderators on a few different continents. We had speakers across all the capitals of Europe and transatlantic community. So it was a long journey, but successfully we came to the end, and I believe we won this battle. And it wouldn't be possible without strong leadership. And as we promised this forum, that we are very inclusive and we are very egalitarian. So therefore we have among leaders women. So I would say that Michał and myself, we were very lucky to be under the supervision, under the leadership of Katarzyna, but also Paulina Gomulak, who is over here on the picture, and she is the executive director of the Warsaw Security Forum. And Paulina, to you and your wonderful team, I think it's a round of applause from us, because you really did a great job, and it wouldn't be possible. But as similar like during every presidential campaigns, which we were able to observe in the last weeks a lot, one campaign ends, another starts. We end our Warsaw Security Forum in this year, and we start preparation to the spring edition, and we would like to invite you there. So we hope that you will be with us in the beginning of June in Warsaw,
in person.
Poland. And
in person.
let's hope it will be in
The
person.
pandemic will be all over. We'll be all enjoying each other's company. So yes.
So thank you very much.
Exactly for that.
And see you in Warsaw.
Thank you, everybody. See you in Warsaw.